Now that's working. Hello? Okay, that looks to be working fine. Hello, everybody. Hello, Vexbuster and VE. I did see you earlier. Today is super wonko fucko. Had to pay for classes, so back to tier 1 for me. Understandable. Well, I appreciate it nonetheless. Today is a day like many days, and it's very funky wonky, and I just realized that my stuff isn't plugged in. It's a good time. Motherfucker, my face tracking isn't plugged in. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Give me like 10 seconds. Boop 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 boo. Yep, this is what I get for not checking it. So I hope the audio sounds good for you guys. For me, it sounds a little fucked up. That made it worse, I think. I can't tell. Our mixtape is broken. I know everything is gonna be broken today. Every beautiful thing will be broken today. Don't you worry, Vexed. Oh, it's saying it's overloaded, which doesn't make sense. Connect, connect, connect. Okay. Yes, I know. I just want my face tracking to work. At the very least. Let's do... We can do this. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? It seems Spotify is not connected right now. What? Hello, condemned. This Songify is on the other computer. Okay. I think. I don't really know. I don't really know anything right now, to be honest. Okay. Hi, Kiwi. Happy Monday. Welcome on in. Disconnected. Ooh, the laptop is not happy with me right now. Okay, let's just go back to this then. Yeah, I know the USB failed to connect. Okay. I think that works okay now? Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Quick check-in before I'm back to work. No problem. We are debugging stream today. Because everything is broken. Yes. Yes, Chad. Everything is broken. Okay. So, there's so many things I have to fix. Alright, removing this guy. Spotify can get lowered. My sound is fine. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm gonna change this to I guess it's a good thing I'm doing this live. Because then you guys can tell me live if it sounds like ass or not. Okay, the mic is fine. The mic's gonna be good. So I can see chat in the corner of my screen. I'm hoping I don't actually know if the computer's okay. Let me look at task manager. Okay, we're a bit high on memory usage, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah. Okay. So there's that. We need a thing to happen. No, do not do that. Okay, so I need to post that I'm live. Oh my god. Stream is immense. Hi, Champy. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Hi. If anything sounds weird, please let me know. Because I can't tell. I can't tell because I'm like running stream off of my laptop. And I have other things on my computer and I don't know if it's working or if it's not working. So if anything is weird, please let me know. Feel like I should probably make that the pin message, but that's okay. December 1st. What a way to start December, huh, chat? Hello, Rhino. Feel like the audio quality that I'm hearing through Spotify is like not poggin'. I am weird. Understandable. Understandable. All right. Let us have this. Okay. Yep, this is very poggers. I am very sussed out about this setup. but we'll get there eventually. Do I have iTunes on this laptop? iTunes. No, I don't. Your eyes, let's see. That would be helpful, but I think it's okay for now. I really wish I could take this monitor and put it on my other screen, but I can't. Okay. Hold on. What the fuck? That like fixed it. What the fuck? Now the audio doesn't sound as shit. What the fuck did I just do? Alright. So I need something to play from YouTube. How many? Copyright free music. Yep, we'll listen to this. Okay, we'll do this. I'm gonna pause that. And we're gonna listen to this. Hopefully. Hopefully. That's the hope. Well, I know I'm listening to it. Okay. I want you to go here. I like that song. I'm just gonna loop this song. Okay. Okay, so this one doesn't need to go here? No, then I can't hear it. Elaine, I'm working so hard to make sure your booba don't look weird in this drawing. I believe in you, Buster. You're gonna do amazing. It already looks really cool. Okay, so to stream. Desktop. Okay, let's do this as actually, let's have this be brave. You go. Cable output. Cable input. I'm suffering slowly. I'm so understandable. You got this. Okay, for now, I want this one to also be on track 2. Okay, hopefully you guys can hear that now. Okay. Cable input, cable input. Where is the cable input? Now I test this by doing this, by pausing this. All right. Okay, Google, turn on office lights. All right. Okay, so that works. And I probably actually shouldn't have it to where we were listening to the same song over and over. I have finals in 2 days, but I have a multimedia presentation on writer's block on the... Oh no! I believe in you. Just work hard today and tomorrow, and then you can just flop over and be like, what? You got this, Sheppy. I believe in you. Okay. Now, are these the same? 1, 1. This is 3. This needs to be 2. Hi, Mom! Hi, Mom! Oh my god, it's Mom! Hi, Mom! Hi, Mom! Oh my god, wait, I have the thing. I have a... Hi, Mom! Hi! Hi! How are you today? I'm currently trying to set up stuff. But I hope you're doing well, Mom. I love you. Guys, that's my mom. Guys, shout out to my mom. I love my mom. Did you text me? Is that why you're checking us out today? Is it because you texted me and I forgot to text you back? This is loud. Good, love you all. I love you, Mom. Guys, I gotta like clip this. I have to clip this. Boop. No, what do you mean it doesn't work? No! Oh my god, Elaine, Mom. It is Elaine, Mom. It's my mom. It's my mom. Hearts in chat for Mom. Hearts in chat for Mom. Let me think. Hi, Lane's mom. Be nice. Be nice to my mom. She's all your moms now, too. Okay. Mom got to eat Wobbles emo. I have to take a picture of this. Hold on. Oh, fuck. This is wrong computer. Sorry. Fwick. Okay, I gotta show this to Womble. At our Womble. My mom used your emote. It was her first emote. Stop! Sheppy! No, I don't! No, Sheppy, don't say that! Sheppy, don't say those things! Sheppy! Sheppy, please! Sheppy, please! Sheppy, don't say these things in front of my mom, please. Hi, Pasta! I am a cat cow. I am a cat cow. I'm a hybrid cat cow. I'm anything you want me to be. Hi, Mom. I love you, Mom. My mom is the best mom. Be nice to your mamas. Tell your mamas you love them. All right. Oh, right. I was testing things. Okay. Now we know that works. We know this all works. So I'm going to open up Balatro, for example, because I was using a game to kind of test stuff earlier. Okay, I can hear Balatro, which is good. We can hear I can't hear the music. Hold on. I want to hear the music. Okay, cool. Now we can hear the music of that. And I think I need to move my face tracking over a bit. There we go. And now I'm gonna have to spam a sound alert only so that way I can know if it works or not, and I'm sorry. Okay, well that's not good. I just realized Discord goes through 2 places. Okay, that's fine. Blizzard? Oh, why is the bridge not working? Couldn't load the page, make sure that this... Huh? Okay, well that's gonna drive me nuts. But I will fix that. I will fix that in 2 seconds. I hate it here. No, don't hate it here just because your luck is bad. I fucking hate it here, bruh. God damn. If you were here every day, maybe you'd get a little more. It's not my fault. It's not my fault your luck is dog. Also, Mom, if you're still here, I'm sorry that I curse. I'm sorry that I curse, but it's what happens here, and I'm sorry, but I love you. Okay, now this should work. Okay, you guys can hear lizard, but I can't hear lizard. Why can't I hear lizard? Also, I hear Discord twice? Yes, I do. That is because it's coming. Don't tell. You can't hear lizard? What about now? Lizard? Wait, lizard's not being repeated twice. I just can't hear it. Okay, why can't I hear lizard? That's the next question. Why can't I hear it? Also, I need to up the amount of bean blind blocks you guys can have today up to, I'll say 10. Forbidden lizard. Hi, Kiwi. Hi, Pixel. Pixels, my mom was in here earlier. My mom was in here earlier. It was so cool. Mom was here. I forgot to do the thank you for channel points. Hi, Kiwi. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for being kind to me. Edit. We're gonna make this 10. Save. Okay. I heard can't listen to have a ghost here. Thank you. Okay, so that works good. We got that, and I need wavelength to open. And thank you. Oh, mwah. Mwah. Okay, so why can't I hear Sammy? This one. Lizard. But anyway, I gotta go back to study. Bye, Lane. Have a good stream. Thank you. Have a good study. We love you. Okay. So Lizard is going. Thank you for the lurk, Sheppy. Lizard. This one is going to be that. Brave in voice chat is yes, but for some reason, okay, I think this needs mix. How kids are when you pick them. What is this? I'm worried about you, Buster. That is how I was. I actually was devastated when my mom had to drop me off from school. It was like right behind my house, so it's like, you know. Okay, so okay, now lizard goes to that one. Lizard. Okay. Okay. I am getting confused here. Okay, so Sammy's on B3. Let's not put on B3. Let's put it on A. Let's put it on A2. Nothing's using A2. Lizard. Okay, you and that is listening to it. So now the VBAN section of this needs to have outgoing. Let's call this Sammy. Okay, and that will be that. And then on this computer, it needs to be called Sammy. And we are going to put it inline whatever, I guess. I think that's kind of a whatever thing, right? Lizard. Okay, it's still not being sent to me. So why is it not being sent to me? Because it is...
Lizard.
Okay, it's in there. It's listening to... It's going to A2. And then... I need that one. Stream PC mic. Interesting. Okay. I see. But does that matter? So if I do solo only, link monitor mix. Sammy, let's do in one maybe?
Lizard.
Okay, what if I did virtual 3?
Lizard.
That's not doing anything. But I can hear the stream PC through in3.
Lizard.
And that's because it's sending monitor mix. I should be able to hear monitor mix.
Lizard.
Right? Yes. So it's going through there. And then Sammy A2. Ah!
Lizard.
I fucking did it!
Lizard.
And then I can turn this up. I can't see anything. I can't see anything on my streaming monitor. Here, I can take a screenshot so you guys can see what I'm working off of. So right now, my computer looks... Can I paste this in here? Oh, no, I can't. What? Can I not? By date, copy this one, paste. It's fine, we can do it like this. Currently, my monitor is so covered right now by the audio stuff that we're doing. It looks like this. you might have a little peek out for the chat, but everything else is covered. So it's kind of hard to see things. But I will never cover you, chat. So that way we can keep talking. Okay. So now I can hear lizard happening.
Lizard.
That's fine. And then I'll do one more time for the vocal stem to make sure that it works.
6 7 6 7.
Cool. That works. All right. So now the next one we have to check is now... It should work.
Pog online poggers.
Magnifique, chat. I have fucking fixed it. My dick, my heart, it's so I don't know if my mom's still here. See, chat, I'm a very good, very not bad word lady around my mom. I'm a very not bad word sayer around my mom. Around mom, I am very tame. But here on chat, I maybe am a little more silly goofy. Tee ha ha ha. Save settings. Stream PC setup, yes. Load settings on startup. Load setting on startup. One. So now it'll be stream PC, and I'm gonna save it one more time just in case. Load, and then we're going to do that. Okay. And then... Oh, I'm so happy! Yay! All it took was a few button clicks. And a lame got it. Okay. New thing. I'm finally at the flat colors. Yippee! I hope you have fun with them. I have learned that for my own art style, I very much only do somewhat simple line art, and then I do colors and then simple shading. I don't do rendering. I got up at 9 a.m. for this. I'm so proud of you. Thank you, Pookie. OBS plugins, clock. Nope. No. No. Open with notepad. Font family size. We're gonna make this 40. We're gonna save it. We're gonna close it. That looks better. Okay, we can stop listening to Balatro music. Playing some Balatro? No, I was using it to test audio things. Okay, so we go here. Okay, that's not loud for you, but that is so fucking loud for me. Okay, so I'm gonna turn it down in here. I'm gonna turn it up in here. Guess in the red, don't even think about it. Nothing said. I think I got it fixed. Okay, now the next thing that I have to fix is tuna. There's a thief in the night to come and grab you. Continue. Think this is it? It's in disturbing that. It's okay. You have 10 chances today. 10. 10 of them. Oh, this is the wrong account. Oh, do I not have the other one on here? Frick. Okay. Oh, wait, no, yes. I have to do that here now. The walls don't even ring. Gotta get out, figure this shit out. It's too close for comfort. Spotify, nope. Inside you're consumed. Yes. This should paste. Yeah. Okay. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Darkness and a laughter. Okay, fuck that up. Continue. Exterior. Okay. Quest token. Okie dokie. Oh. Stream. If we get a dupe. No, wait, hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Stream music song. Yes. Okay. If we get dupe, could we get some points for a stream avatar? Yeah, if you want. Yeah, I guess. I don't know how to automatically set that up though. I color picked off your model, but the color feels too saturated. I got you. I honestly, maybe that's something that we'll do today too, is officially make the VGen V sodas thing. All right, I'm gonna do another one. Do I not have like a swatches thing? That I'm go bed early, sleep well, condemned, sleep well in the British lands. I could also do an emote. I am cold. Use this. Use those two. Okay. I need to open OBS on this computer. Close this. And then I can redo this. Oh, whoops. There you go. Thank you for the wellness check. I will drink some water. Okay. Scene collection. No tools. Tuna. Edit selected. This one. Okay. Trying to move it. This side. Apply. Okay. Oh, right. That's the other thing. If I told you I loved you, I love you. I love you. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Buster. Oh, right. That's what I'm doing. Tool. No, it's an overlay. Element O. Stream music. This guy. He is empty. Why is he empty? Fetch lyrics. Fetch cover. Remove files from extension. Log mode. Is it because you don't have the secret? Is that why? The sound of breaking down. View copy. Apply. Okay. Well, I do thank you for the breaking for the ref for these colors look better. Of course. Thank you for doing it. Ah, that's why. I think. Oh. Okay, sorry. Stuff got a little jumbled up here. My bad. Let me fix that on up. So if it's all there, perform refresh. Spotify's good. Song. Oh, is that why? Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vine. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Sin from the daylight. Okay, now it's saying there's no song, which is confusing. Daylight. I love it and I hate it at the same time. Time, mercy that you might find. Out on my knees again. Apply. It says not timed in, logged in, which is confusing. Darkness in the distance. Forgiveness. But I know I might be resistant. I might have made a small oopsie. But we're we're okay now, I think. Okay, hold on. Put you back together, and if it's true, it takes me when he's kissing you. Ooh, I fucking remember. It's this one, isn't it? Okay, holy crap, we fixed it. I just want to remove this one. Hello, Ruby! Welcome on in, my dear. How are you doing? Hold on. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, 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 hi. How's it going? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Hello, wonderful Clopez. Clopez 9000. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Jesse Cook, welcome on in. Thank you. Thank you guys for the check-ins and for the vibe checks. How are you doing, Ruby? I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you getting up to? It looks like you were also co-working. How was that? Thank you, Halo Phoenix, for the check-in. I hope you're doing well. And for the follow. Oh my god, they said my name. I did. I tried to say everyone's name. Be Heaven. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I do my best to try to say everybody's name. I feel like that's only fair. Hi, thank you. I was working on my menu. Trying to ooh, very cool. We have quite a few writers in the community, so that's very cool. When I saw that you were like a writer, I was like, chat's gonna love him. Chat's gonna love him. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Currently we're trying this thing where I stream off my laptop, but everything I'm doing is on my main computer. Very, very all over the place. Hi, Ian Oliver. But yeah, welcome on in. I'm Elaine. If you don't know me, I'm maincoow on all my socials. It's pronounced Bevan, like beverage. Bevan? That's even better. I like that. Bevan. That's got a hit to it. Bevan? What's up, Bevan? Welcome on in. I'm very happy to finish the story. Fuck yeah. Well, if you want to share it, you can feel free to share whatever you want. If you want to post links in chat, that's always welcome. No, it's Behaven? Behaven? Doc Wampus. Doc Wampus. Welcome on in, Doc Wampus. But welcome on in. I love that you say Bevan like me. I just, words are hard. So whatever come to brain, I say. It's just Bevan. Bevan? Welcome on in, Wisconsin Bear. How's Wisconsin? You currently in it? That's funny. Behave in? More like behave out. Oh boy. Howdy, welcome on in. If you do need a raid and rest, hello Shadow, welcome on in. If you do need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health, Ruby, is the most important to me. So if you need to go raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy me as I spiral into madness. I have learned that is probably for the best, for the health of my computer, that I do a dual PC setup, which is me streaming off a laptop and then working off of my computer. But it's been a doozy. I just got all the audio to be fixed. It's kind of a bitch, but I think we got it. And there's some things that I can mute. That's what my friend's name is on his alt account for Valorant? Really? Most of my stories is paywalled right now for alpha readers because it's the first draft, so it's bad and I'm not sharing bad with public. But the first... Oh my god! Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. But chat, if you want to read Ruby's stuff, go pay. Go pay, go pay. No, that's totally fair. That is totally fair, Ruby. I am very excited for you to have that come to a nice finalization step for you. Very excited. But yes, no. Definitely go pay to read it. Authors need money. Authors are chapter 1 is free. You don't have to pay. Well, they can pay to, they can go sub to you. They can pay for the rough draft, you know. Ain't nothing wrong with shilling you beautiful. Shilling you beautiful. I'm not gonna lie, Jesse Cook. I almost thought your name was Jesse Cock for a second there. I can't read. Don't panic, Ruby. I just love shilling other people. I'm a really good hype man for other people. You're not the first. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Obviously, that means something. And that obviously means that you are beautifully marketable. I'm trying to move my stream deck so it's not at this weird angle. It refuses to be straight. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to point at me so I'm not like stretching all weird. Whoops! Whoops! Sorry. You didn't see that. Here, I'll distract you. I'll distract you. Look, distraction. The distraction didn't work. The distraction. I have to go get my dog a bath. Please have a great night. Have a wonderful night, Ruby. Tell your dog I love them and I hope that they have a good bath time. Why isn't my outfit working? Why isn't my outfit working? Oh, because it's not even on the right thing. That should be on that. Okay. Now can I put it on? Maybe. Maybe everything's kind of frozen. I think VTube Studio died. Best of luck with Asuka. Ooh, that's a cute dog name. VTube Studio. I'm sorry that oh, I'm back. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Okay, now this, which, what? Oh, interesting. Okay. How? Okay, wait. Don't show it. Okay. Oh. I have to tab and I'll tab and tab back in so I can see if this is the right size. Oh, everyone's also having a wonderful day. We're slowly, ever slowly getting into the workday. Okay, Control Alt 1. We want to save that as mouse. Oop. Mouse tracker save. Save. The problem is it's not on this screen. It's like stuck. Hi, it's stuck on the other screen. Oh, because I can't do that anymore. Oh, the sun's getting in the way of me opening my mouth. How you doing, Mew? Welcome on in. I haven't. Oh, fuck. That's fine. You can see my mouse. I'll just have a fun mouse. I think that's the plan. Is I'll just get a fun mouse. I make my mouse whatever. Cause no, but hungry and tired. Understandable. I hope you can get yourself something yummy to eat. This? How are you, love? I'm good. I just got all my stream stuff kind of settled in. I am currently seeing about making a custom mouse. Ooh, that sounds cool. What is all this? The 3D pixel cursor collection. 3D pixel art is a unique... I feel like I'm about to add a virus to my computer, but... You don't have the extension. Click the button to set the extension. Nope. Custom PC cursor. I want Windows 11. Yeah, I essentially want to do like, I guess this, Warframe cursors. Okay, how did it change custom? This is such an I want it for Windows 11. I don't know the what is a reliable way to get new cursors for Windows? I want to try and get a new cursor for Windows computers to look something like Breeze X Dark for Linux. So reliable. Cursor for Windows are the format of .cur.ani. After you download an icon pack, go to Setting Bluetooth Device, Mouse, click Additional Mouse Settings, go to Properties dialog, you can change the mouse cursor and pointers tab. Okay, so I should check if this is even a thing. Let's go control panel. Let's go devices. Let's go to my mouse. Pointer access. Additional mouse settings. Pointers. Oh, they are here. You know what this makes me want to do? There is a mouse pack that I kind of want. It's not in here. It's in here. Oh. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I liked this one a lot. Whoa, there's different kinds? Wait, what? There's different kinds? Whoa. Okay, so it's either gonna be this one. And I'm ashamed of... But there's like a silly one. I kind of want a silly one. Try to fix it. I try to fight it. I was it. I'm scrolling. Where is it? If I can't find it, I'll just do the one that I just had. In the broken glass, it's a part of me. It's in harmony. Without the lights. Oh, I'm blue hair. inside my head. Obviously, with you can dog chat, so yours is the user follow, so you can see more chat messages. Oh. I could do that. We're not alone. Demons come between us. Right here on our own. I don't like that. I don't like that. Fighters and I miss the fighters. Okay, there we go. Pardon me, Christmas holiday. Where is it? Is it not what it's called, bro? Did I really save it a long time ago? Ah, here it is. This guy. I feel like this was pretty on brand. Whoa. This is cool. I have so many things on my computer. Meter. In pieces so we can't go back. Hiding all the beauty in the broken glass. To me, it's an harmony. This is what it sounds like. When it's stuck inside our heads. We have that. Okay, cool. Out the light, it sounds like. It sounds like. A new folder, cursors. Turkey, little guy, beef. These have got to go in here. Other programs. There we go. This has got to go in emotes. Oh, I already have that in there. Okie dokie. Take my hand. Okay. We can unpin this message. No. Final day for turkey. Back through the door. And then this one. There you go. Look at me. Take me. Boop. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Hi, Necrovis. Welcome back. Happy to see you here. Hello, hello. Your skeleton is wet. Huh. I bet it is. Ew. I mean, it's surrounded by muscle. Is it technically wet? Are muscles wet? Because bones are surrounded by muscles. Does that mean muscles are wet? And what lubricates muscles? Ever yours, Moonstruckers. This PC. Local disk C. Oh. Rig off your dress. It's on me. Technically, yeah. I mean, I'm curious. I actually now that might be what today's topic is about now. Busy. Precise selection. Hold on. Let me do this really quick. Text select. Handwriting curve unavailable. No. Where I've been. Dragging this one. Move. This one. Alternate select. Browse. Link select. Location select. And then person select. It's kind of tiny, but I like it. Okay. You guys can't see that though. It's okay. It's more for a me thing than anything else. Oh, the sun. The sun, it cucks me. Okay. Our boat wet? Bones are wet, so why do we say bone dry? Oh shit, bonk don't work. Thank you for testing that. Bonk, why no work? Why you no work? Because it's not connected to my Twitch account, fuck. Scare you. I'm a monster born from man. This face may have changed. I am still yours. Bonk's not working. Does it because I have to reset it? Please tell me it's not because I have to reset it. No. Look at me. Connect account? I did that. Authorize. Implement. Oh, now will it work? No one get out low. No. Bonk. Let me check here. Okay, cool. Bonk on layer 25. Pin flip. Okay, and then main bonk. Some says. Then my derpy eyes. Tiny and special. Oh, friends. Not that one. This one. Yeah. I still have that as a thing. Why? Where's that? Mismatch eyes. There it is. Okay, so it's a trigger now. I say as I automatically get confused of what monitor I'm on. Cool. There we go. Cool. Boop goes on layer 23. I think this one needs to be flipped too. And then call this boop. Save. Now you remove it, and then we do 24. Oops. Let's lock that. And then we'll save this one as main. This is head pad. Save. And then cheek pad goes on layer 22. And then this is my inner cheek. Save, okay. And now we're fixed. Right, so if I do boop. Cool. Bones are wet. That's something you know now. You may not like it, but when we're alive, bones are stuffed with gooey marrow and riddled with vessels. So it seems a bit odd then that the English idea of bone dry has become so well established. If you're wondering, who said that bones aren't dry? Your bones are wet. Necrobus, thank you. You've made content for me. A touch could eat your cancer when you turn back. Did you know? Oh, but when you cook, like, meat and bones comes out, and the bones are left out to dry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like bone dry. When you dry a bone, it's like it's almost like chalk. You know, it like crumbles like chalk. Shadow, why are you still pulling? You have all 8. I guess I could work on that also. Bones are wet. I'm actually kind of interested in writing this really quick, so let me do that really quick. Oh, the sun's coming from my main window. I don't like closing that window. Oh, my hands are so cold. I thought it switched over already. Do you not see the pinned message, Shadow? Is this final day for Turkey Blind Box? Oh, my hands are so cold. Oh my god. My hands are so cold. So I can try. I just got back with food fair. Fair. That's accurate. I think it is. Okay. Okay. I'm drinking Haterade. Why are you drinking Haterade? Drink Gatorade. It's better for you. It's our government psyop. They won't give you better insight. Your bones are currently very wet. Despite the saying bone dry, bones that are currently in use in a skeletal system. Actually, what? It's due to the fact that they're complex order rather than static frame. Your skeleton is made up of whole vertebrates have wet bones. So let's dig a little deeper into what magical things your bones are doing right now. Bone is a complex living tissue made up of several layers of cells that can deconstruct, rebuild, and regenerate. Your average long bone, think femur radius, has epiphyseal plates, where bone lengthening occurs until you're adult, at which point these plates grow over into bone. The outside of the bone organ is compact for strength, but inside are cavities containing different kind of tissues, including spongy bone, fat, and marrow, the latter of which is where red blood cells are made. This means bones are also kitted out with a decent vasculature to keep the good traveling into it as well as out of it. Out of the organ, and that means a lot of wet blood. What else can wet bones do? Cells in your bones are also communicate. I ever made this fill tool. I tried it out in Clip Studio just for it to work itself as I'm arting. I just like coloring it like it's a coloring book. I don't like coloring things like on the outline and then filling it in with the fill tool because that's the most reliable way to do it. Filling your bones are also most common communicating. Okay, so this isn't. Many people say your bones are wet, and other redditors are trying to make them feel very uncomfortable because aren't your bones supposed to be surrounded by flesh and blood? It's a saying to make you feel uncomfortable. Oh! Made you uncomfy. Chat made me learn about it, so I want to enlighten you on the facts about bones. Despite the saying bone dry, bones that are currently in use in the skeletal system are actually wet. They are surrounded by muscles and veins and contain spongy marrow along with the pathways for they are soaked. Your bones may explode the mitochondria as powerhouse of the cell. Did you know your bones are actually currently wet? I'm sorry if that statement made you uncomfy. Chat made me learn about it, so I want to enlighten you on the facts about bones. Despite the saying bone dry, bones that are currently in use in a skeletal system are actually wet. They're surrounded by muscles, veins, and contain spongy marrow, along with pathways for blood cells to pass through, so they are soaked. I think this statement makes us self-aware of our own bodies and how they function. So while the statement is true, it's weird to think about. Not to mention, most of the time we witness bones in social media, social media, entertainment, or otherwise. We often outside of its normal habitat. Like the skeleton you examined in your biology class, high school, or maybe even the ones in your closet. Thanks, Spotify. I appreciate you. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Oh no! What the fuck? When did my face tracking turn off? Oh, my phone is warm. Ooh. And my hand's warm. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I can close this guy. And then I want to have Task Manager open on this computer just in case. He's doing very well though. No one computer is having a largely hard time, which is very nice. That's weird. It's probably because I don't have iTunes on this computer. Let me download iTunes. So that way I can do this, so I can do this wire. Thank you for the boop. I hope the boop went off. If it didn't go off, please tell me. Please, please. Oh, bro, my neck. My neck. My back. My memory. And my crank. It worked. Thank you, Kiwi. I'm sure that most things will work at this point. I'm a little worried because I'm not used to it. Okay. Sorry about that. I opened iTunes and it got really mad at me. Who knew? My bad. I just wanted to plug in my iPhone. That's all I wanted. I don't know if it's like plugged in or not. Are you plugged in? Hi. Hey, are you plugged in? You are plugged in, alright. You are plugged in, alright. iTunes cast no, Kiwi, no. No, don't say that. Why is it not reading? Why is it not reading my iPhone? Please. Do I have to unplug it and replug it in? Okay, sorry. Apparently unplugging it and replugging it into the laptop also cast power word kill on it. So that's a little spicy, huh? Okay, there we go. There we go. I just want to put this back onto USB connected. Because it's going to make me sad if I don't. Ah, my leg itches. My leg itches. Okay, 2 seconds. I cannot look at chat because I'm trying to see if I can do this USB. Select. Okay, yes, I know, because you're probably not on USB on this one, which is why you're unhappy. Oh, turn on. Turn on. Select. Haha! Pog. And now it is much happier. Very cool. Very poggers. There we go. Okay, that's much happier. Cool. What do you mean? Okay, I want to open VTube Studio on this one now. But I have to hide the screen because I don't want to dox myself. Why does my heart cry? Feelings I can't find. Wow, you guys can see the animation that I have in the background very slightly, if at all. Very cool. Go away. Okay. Okay, I just gotta fix this really quick so that way when I go to record stuff later, it is gonna be good to go. So this is 146. Done. Done. Yep, and it should all be the same. Yep. Very good. Very good, chat. Very good. Very... Oh, my neck. Ah. Okay. Okay. My hands are so cold. I don't know how big streamers do this thing with multiple computers. It's very confusing. Okay. I think the statement makes us self-aware of our own bodies and how they function. So while the statement is true, it's weird to think about. Not to mention, most of the time we witness bones in social media, entertainment, or otherwise, we often see it outside of its normal habitat. Like the skeleton you examined in biology class in high school, or maybe even the ones in your closet. Ow, my shoulder hurts, chat. I don't know, I like slept on it weird. And then Pixels was trying to see if I had any muscle knots. And then something hurt like a bitch when he was touching it. And now it's like sore. I don't know. I think my bones are falling apart is what it's telling me. Bones. Weird facts. Biology. No, let's do skeleton and then biology. Skeleton. Biology. I really enjoy facts. Any weird fun. Okay, I think that's good. Freaked out. And secondly, and then immediately made this video. Okay. Now, before I get too into that, 63. Nope, 62. 27. Bones are dry. 38. And then 56 will be Mimesies. And then 49. Week of December 1st. I can't do nothing. Chat, my shoulder fucking hurts. It feels kind of like I got a shot. Like, you know when you get a shot in your arm and then like you're working it out and then it fucking hurts? That's what my arm feels like right now. Ah, okay. Following every impulse. Ooh, I have a VOD to upload today. I like this little new mouse that I have. It's so silly. It looks like this. This is what it looks like. It's just so silly. He's just so silly. He's a silly little guy. What was Monday? Monday was the 24th. 24th had a part 1 and a part 2, didn't it? Delete forever. So I didn't upload the 20th. Did I not upload my... Oh, no, I didn't. Whoops. 18, 19, 20. I gotta go to VODs. I need to catch up on the VODs really quick. 20. Reuse. Back this one. This one. I don't really want to listen to this right now. Thumbnails are 20th. No. Plum. Oh, no, that's fine. Done. And then the 21st? Yes. 21st. Okay, and then this is 3 parts. We're gonna say it has 2 parts. And I'm not gonna say a lot, but I will say that my face tracking kind of looks a lot smoother than it normally does. And I really appreciate that. Gonna lurk, love you, love you! 26, and then the 27th. Six, 27, December 1st. This was a Wednesday, this was Thursday, this was a Friday. Done. 2021. Okay, and then gotta go to... I gotta go to highlights. Oh gosh. A cat and a dog world was, yes. Don't you love it when your brain goes, that doesn't do it over in the middle of your workflow? Yep. Speaking of that, I need to take my meds for today, so thanks for reminding me. Okay. Okay, and then this one. I'm redoing the fucking jaw. Hey, that's just how it is. All I'm gonna say is congrats on being an artist, Buster. Of all things, the job. That's what I'm saying. Congrats on being an artist. That's what it's like to be an artist, honestly. Thought it was free. Nah, you're never free. You're never free, love. Oh, I forgot. There's an edit I really have to do. I really want to do a... And that's a wrap for the 2025 season. Because I have a plan. I have a plan for how I want to edit that together. And my cat's blanket. Oh, my hands are so cold. All right, so we have 25.1, 25, and then 26, and then 27. What? Oh. There you go. Reuse details of cat and a dog world. Kinda gotta go to the restroom. Okay, that's all uploaded. And then I'll do this. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. Love you guys. We are back. We are back, chat. Alright. I kind of want to make the thumbnail for today really quick. And that'll be caught up, and then, oh, I need the stream titles. What? I fucked that up. I only just now realized it. This one. Boop. I would like a ring. I would like a ring from a family. I would like a ring. Let me see. Where's the derp? This song is a lot more hype than I thought it was. Yes, there you go. Okay, I haven't done that one yet. So cool. I don't know what the song is. What? Weird. It doesn't play that one. Interesting. I'll listen to this one. Okay, cancel. And then we'll do today's. And then. Prayer. I like that one. This is December 1st. This one, this one, this one, this one. Hi, Momo. If I run out of oxygen. Oh, hello, baby. This one, this one. I want the OBS logo. Really should name these Da Vinci. Maya. Substance painter. Oh, I have to change what starts on this computer. And then what starts on this computer. Okay. Startup apps enabled. Yup. 3, 2, 1, I need you. Hey, that's all good. Ooh, I want that to open with the computer, but I will get that in a second. Would you find me? Okay. Football fish number 4! I don't know, actually. But this just means you should get a scratch ticket. Just saying. Set. Enshrined. Live 2D. Want to live? Want you live? Why does it say that? Okay, age December 1st. Save. Videos, hypercuts. That's 26. Okay, now who's on the list? Let's see. I think we can do Kiwi and Pegasus VT today. Let me look at Pegasus though. Because V-Stars is more for people who don't want to put the fact that the first and foremost thing is that they're an artist. Oh, wait. Is this the new... This art reminds me of... Oh, no, it's a different artist. Okay. I was just seeing it from a distance. This one. V-Stars. This one. And then V-Stars, this one. I'm dying, chat. I'm dying on my own saliva. I'm okay. We're okay. Don't bring back that. There you go. Oh, that was spicy. No, I can't deny. But no more. right? That's what they call those mimesies. Mimesis. I got used to every night. I can't deny. I know. Dog. I can't deny. It's my mom. Maybe. Any comments I need to reply? I think this is my mom. I think my mom commented on all my TikToks. Thanks, Mom. I can't tell you. My mom. Rose in mouth. Mom asked what I wanted for Christmas, and I said, your love. Send this one. It's a really poorly sized gift, but that's okay. Okay. Ooh, I need to send rent. I need to do rent stuff today. I'll do that after stream. Okay. I can't deny. I like seeing all the question marks at the top of the screen. Stream, it's pretty funny. Okay. Bones. Neos. That's kind of cool. I don't know how they got the video, and I hope those aren't human bones, because that's a lot of questions that I don't want to ask. Lipstick, L-I-F-E. On the bedroom wall in a favorite shade of lipstick, L-I-F-E. E-L-I-F-E. Oh, that might be a little gross. Lights. Only Kanye. I guess we could look up skeleton. Might be better. I do want a T-posing skeleton, actually. That would be great. Lipstick, L-I-F-E. I also want this one. L-I-F-E. L-I-F-E. I will do with a bunch of skeletons just dancing. I-F-E, L-I-F-E. I don't super want spooky ones. I kind of just want like silly ones. Nobody loves me. Why does that? Nobody's going to the Halloween party. Oh. this one. I feel like I don't need a lot of like bone stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. More bone stuff. I don't know if there's any more bone stuff. That's gonna freak me out. That might freak someone else out. Maybe like X-ray or hospital? What about skeletal? This one wouldn't be a bad one. That's a baby skeleton. That's weird. Okay, let me think. I need this guy. I'm sorry if that's David made your own coffee. Chat made me learn about it. Oh, okay, so maybe like learning. The devil. I'm gonna do this one. Learning. So I want to let you in like that bones. Not like the more you know gif. Oh. At some point, the art took control. Fair. Elaine! Hi, hello, chat. How are we doing today? We are good. We're just writing scripts. Oh, we were hoping and praying earlier because we're having a new stream setup, but I think everything's okay. This isn't my sketch anymore. I mean, it technically is. It was made by your hands. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Bone. Let's see. I do want this one though. Bone dry. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll probably do it to bones, enlighten you about bones. Probably one of the dance bone videos. Despite saying bone dry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I do that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, wet. I don't know how to exemplify wet bone. Like splash, maybe? I'm gonna do this milk one. Because then you might think about milk and then calcium. You know, there you go. Wait. They're surrounded by muscles and veins yet, so we'll do like this video, I think. Soaked. Sponge. Yeah, that works. Just kind of wanted someone squeezing the water out of sponge. This works. I think the statements make us self-aware of our bodies. Like uncomfy? Oops. Uncomfortable. I kind of like this one. I don't know why I like this guy. He's a good actor. He's a good actor. I like him. Make ways to aware about how they function. It is weird to think about. I guess think. Right? Because it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3. So this one makes us self-aware of our own bodies and how they function. This is self-aware of how our bodies function. Yes. Let's wait a second. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Wait, witness. Watch. Let's see, watching. Time we're watching something. It's like put up biology class. Class. Or like. Classroom. That's what this is from this song? I didn't know that. It's true, it's weird to think not to miss. It's normal habitat. Scared to look up the lyrics for the song. Wait, that one. Download, and then I forgot I need to make the thing for this, which is number 27. And then I need to grab this guy. A Latin PNG. Probably would be better to look it up on Canva. Hello, Oso. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. If you see anything weird about stream, please let me know. Otherwise, hope you enjoy the vibes. This is a cute little skull. That's a cute skull. That's like a bit. I want to keep that for something else. I like that. Be it next year Halloween decoration. I'm vibing. I'm glad. How are the commissions going? I hope they are going well. Don't think I do, but I'll be extra observant. I appreciate that. We are doing a new stream setup where I'm streaming from my laptop, but I'm working off of my main computer still, but I'm streaming off my laptop. So it's a little different, and I can't like guarantee everything because it's two separate computers, but I think I'll be okay. Oh, they're going well. I'm so glad. Maybe like a shocked skeleton. Shocked? Okay, I don't want a dabbing skeleton, dude. It's like the only thing I don't want. Right now, I got a commission for 16 hours of VOD scrubbing. Damn. Good luck. Good luck. I believe in you. I cannot do VOD scrubbing. I'm not. Like, either I clip the moment or I don't. And it'll be uploaded on YouTube, so it's not like I'll lose it or anything, but it's kind of like it's either there or it's not. Speaking of which, I gotta fix something over here on my stream deck. Only works when you're live. What do you mean? I am live. Okay, add now. Updates, profile, account, add an account. Oh! How do I add that? Thanks. I don't want to be mean, but the VOD ain't that interesting so far. No, that's fair. That's a thing though. It's that's how it is for everybody. 99% of the stream will not be interesting. Clips are only like what, 5 seconds? Even if there are a few minutes, everyone will always clip them down to like a few seconds. So at the end of the day, it's not really gonna be that interesting for the most part. That's why we do a thing called clip baiting or whatever it's called. Why is this not working? View account. Why is this not working? Chat. My thing's being mean and it doesn't want to give me and add my account to this. Maybe I need to restart to the stream deck. Quit stream deck. Pin to start. There we go. I want a skeleton, but I don't know which skeleton. I'll use this one. This one looks cute. Is it AI though? Or regular? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't trust. Wait. Yeah, I don't trust it. Well, trust this one more. All right, now are you gonna be good? View account. Twitch. Can't add Twitch to stream deck. Digging deep for that meme potential. Did they have any like markers for their streams at all? I gotta remove this one. Nope, it's the raw VOD. Rip, I'm sorry. It's not doing anything. I also wanted to ask my clients if they would like to hear my ideas for their clips. I do also tend to ask my clients if they... That's fair. Yeah. No, that's completely fair. That's actually really kind of you, because then, like, they can kind of think of that. Hopefully, they can also be aware of that the next time that they stream. They open on startup. I'm so confused why I can't. It's like I click it and then nothing's happening. Yeah, and I normally tell them easy stuff, so even if they have basic editing skills, they can do it. That's very nice of you. Click on the accounts. Click add a new browser. What if it's not? Maybe I have to open it in admin. Maybe that's why. Run as admin. Yep. Settings. Add account Twitch. Stream Deck. Add account not working. Fix hello disasters. Don't work. And waiting. This is post areas, but it appears to be another. Go to and look at what appears. Like it shows you other application using this port in case. And so I just quit SimHub tray, then try to switch the app browser popped up. It should be. I checked anything rushing on any. Okay, I will try that. Nope, that is not what I want. She was just running on AA or driving me, so I had nothing at port AA. It'll not let me. The settings on and the economy. Close the software where shop not effective. Upon loading, I installed it. 7 point something now. No, I still got the page. No, I still get the play image right now, but it does connect. Twitch does Streamlabs. Stream Deck software doesn't. I can look at that. But mine's not doing anything. Resolved using the link the post thread here. What? Resolved using the link posted in this thread. This doesn't help me do anything, bruh. Why is it not copy pasting? Okay. I just know that I feel the same. I'll look for a book while I keep scrubbing. I kind of want to get it done on the week. Understandable. I believe in you. So if you need anything, feel free to let me know. Otherwise, we'll just be here. Default apps. As you know that I feel the same. Sure, what to do for my job for me? For free? You goober? Not for free. Unless you want to do my job for free. Away, should you run away? I told you. Bet we switching places. Bet. That means you gotta make daily TikToks also. No, it will not let me add accounts when I try to Twitch. So try it out and see if it works with the latest version. If it works, then 100% software related. Although the only thing I can think of with it is not working, it's having a virus malware. So I save it version beta 2. I see. I already ran it as an admin. I know it's just if you're already on stream deck, so Twitch plugin. He the same. Let's see. Stream. Damn, I don't have your charming voice. Stop that. Stop that. Not opening marketplace. You're a goober. His friends are so tough. Try to write a short list. Stream deck my place not working. My 80% relevancy. I'm also having this problem. Elgato disappointing when they switch to marketplace login only. For free items, very expensive. We decided to market such as change the flare. We're working on the marketplace login. We're getting this will be a big gift. I spoke to soon. I was working on them last night. It's not getting lost. What? This was 2 years ago, though. Lift me up and Corn stream deck. Yep. Would ya? Oof, my computer's being weird. Okay. Like I did, how I used to say. Oh god. Do I have to let it through a firewall thing or something? Advanced settings? Unity. ABCD. Elgato's good. And gotcha. Yeah, Elgato both is fine. Huh? Ah. Pause. Export stream to save. I saw uninstall it and then reinstall it. Never fall in love again until I would never fall since you have fallen too. I went too far down. A, B, C, D, E. Stream Deck uninstall, uninstall. Okay, so that doesn't work either. Okay, so I guess I'll just have to uninstall and reinstall it later then. That's fine. Please don't play this for me. Please don't make it hard. That's weird. Why did it get smaller again? Center. Position. There you go. Oh, right, I was looking for a skeleton. Endings always stay the same, though it's no good reason. Make believe it, we could ever exist again. It can't be your lover, can't be the reason we fall back in love. Well, in love, father for me. Cole! Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 9 months. I appreciate you. She just bones. She is bones. I appreciate you so much. And I've also now realized that my desktop audio does not go to stream, which is interesting. Properties, input. Which is very curious. Oh, I hope this doesn't break anything. Boop. Okay, hopefully it doesn't. Hey, gotta take care of our goofy floofy avatar gal pal. Yippee! Yippee! Okay, I'm gonna test something because I can text this through doing the blind box, I think. Ready? There we go. Now you guys can hear it. There we go. We weren't getting the audio and I was making me sad. My tummy's cold and I am tired. Well, my tummy's not cold, it's just kind of uncomfortable. But I hope you are doing well, Cole. I hope you're excited for the Christmas season. Nobody can no longer deny me the Christmas season because it is officially December 1st. So, file save. Hello, Lady Ace. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. 2 late nights in the middle of June. Let's see. Bones are dry. Pegasus Witch. Bones are dry is the one we wanted. Also, Think about you, the late nights in the middle of June. Let's see. This one will come out on Friday. Save. I see a goober. Ah! I've been pinched. Hello, Lady Ace. How are you doing? The Christmas panic season. I've just now started thinking what I should do for gifts. Fair. I feel like this year was just. This year was very short. It's a very short month. November and October were very short months. But hopefully Christmas this December can be a little slower. That's my hope, at least. Kind of want to do the VTuber ones last. Oh, 3-stream streak. Thank you for sharing that with me, Lady Ace. I appreciate that. I am not one of those folks that starts thinking of December gifts in January. That would be unfortunate, but I'm proud that you're not one of those people. I'm kind of I give presents to people year round, but I try to have Christmas presents when I have money. Think about as you, late nights in the middle of June. They've been picking me out. Let's do this one. They've been picking me out. 56 underscore. Mimes this. I've been doing. I started making cookie run OCs again. I drew 4 so far. Lately, I've been busy drawing male VTubers in drag. I've drawn 3 so far. Ooh, look at you being the artistic steamboat. I hope you've been having fun with that. I hope it's been very fun. I hope you've been enjoying that creativity. Doing well. Oops, you're okay. Hey, if you're just doing or you're doing well, both are very fair in my opinion. But I'm glad that you stopped by because I really appreciate it. You always been taking me out to make you happier now. Alright, we did Valheim last week. This week will be Mimesis. I don't know how to say this. Why do some of the guys in drag look so hot asking for a friend? Because they got that gender neutral look to them, you know? Just so gender neutral. You're just like, God damn. I posted them on Blue Sky and one of them reposted it. Nice. Very proud. Look at you. Came in for a well. Welcome in. Hi, Chunky. Hi. I'm good. How are you? Going through a bit of the growing pains of streaming, but doing well. How you doing? Can I wave? Wait. I'm trying to get used to this new layout. But hi. I hope you're doing well, and I hope that your streams have been going good. I'm sorry I haven't popped in more, but know that I adore you. Is that a monkey? Is this a monkey? Is that a squirrel and a monkey? Happy to see you. I love your wave. Thank you. I can technically do both hands. Hi. I like having it modular, so my rigger made it so that way I could have both arms do it. Originally it was just gonna be one arm, but then they did both arms. But I hope you're doing well. Arm wave is getting better, looking like is waving. Arm wave is getting better instead of looking like a land. Yeah, I know, right? Are you working on your thumbnails? I am working on my thumbnails. Kind of working on the scripts and the thumbnails at the same time. I kind of do them in tandem. I need this logo for this video. Save. And then I'm so sussed out about this. This pisses me off. Comic-Con's... What is this? What is this sale? And why is it made out of so much AI art? It's pissing me off. This is the third everybody made Comic-Con series. Hold on, this is gonna piss me off. AI art. New blind box beanies? Not yet. Today is the last day for the turkey ones. I know, right, Chonky? Like, what the fuck? Why is it AI? Bit of frustration. No, wait, this was 4 days ago? AI and local Comic-Con. Doing them in tandem sounds so productive instead of I'm squirreling from thing to thing. Oh yeah. You gotta know how to name it. Why is it like this? Why is the BA here? No one's talking about this? No one's talking about how Comic-Con Stuttgart is using AI art? Like, no one's gonna talk about it. Steam has banned AI slop, so a def get in some deep. That's what I'm saying. This is a whole ass event, though. This is not something that, like, some one-off person did. This is a whole ass thing. And I don't understand, because, like, someone at Steam had to look at this and be like, yeah, this is okay. Can they verify that someone, like, this doesn't look right. This looks wrong. Like, yeah, what the fuck? This is pissing me off. Like, why is it like this? This is like, is this game's marketing? But like, is no one gonna talk about that this looks like AI? Okay, so be a hero event 2025 AI. AI event Steam using AI. Alright. Over 500 next has disclosed generative AI. This pisses me off. Okay, whatever. There's nothing I can do about it. It's not like I work at Steam. There's nothing I can do about it. It just pisses me off. Especially when, like, what I'm doing is I'm doing my best to highlight games that have people that care about their games, that care about the art, and care about the people behind it. And then I just see that gross ass bullshit. Whatever. Because I was reading an article from the major gaming CEO how strict Steam was being about labeling with AI. He had a game that said some AI generated dialogue and stuff, but it was like less than no, Steam wants to know. Steam wants to know. Like, for example, Dispatch. Dispatch got, I believe, rights from, like, they signed a contract. Their voice artist knew, I believe. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is how it works in Dispatch. But Dispatch allowed, like, had a contract with the voice actors, which they allowed to use their voice to generate some small clips, like some extra grunts or some small things, right? That, like, it's just a waste of their time, right? They probably paid them more to just have those rights than actually using, like, the software they use to create those extra AI sound effects. But that's AI. And, like, even though that's a small thing, everybody was involved, everybody was paid, it was used ethically. Steam still wants to know that shit. And I think that's completely fair. And the fact that I have to see this gross ass shit on my Steam pisses me the fuck off, bro. Whatever. I'm gonna sit here all day being mad about it if I keep talking about it. I just do better. Be a goober, do better. Be better. Big Uber do better. On God. Kinda piss me the fuck off. Whatever. I'm just gonna be mad. When cursed rainfall mimes disappears under, do they have then throws AI stuff out on the net? Yeah, I don't know. This YouTube trailer. I'm just gonna watch the trailer for this. So it's actually really cute. Hold on, I want us to watch this together. Hold on, this is really cute. Wait, why can't you hear this? Wait, why can't you hear this? Huh? Huh? Hold on. What? Oh, what? Wait. B2, B3, B4. Number 4, A5. Hmm? B3. This B3. Yeah, because I think everything else is using B3. So it's like goes. How do I hear it now? Wait, I hear it now. Okay, it's fine for now. Let's watch this. I like the art style. I quite like this one. It's a short trailer though, so it makes me think that maybe I need to change how it works. Okay, so hold on. I'm hearing it doubled again, which means something that I don't know. Ah, okay. Elaine had this working. You found a seal in a mythical seal cave? That fix it? No. Other way? Okay, wait, did I fix it? Okay, I think I fixed it. Wait, did I change that? No, I didn't. Dokie, alright, it's all fixed now. I needed that open. Uh-oh. I didn't fix it. Hi, Fruitbat! Okay, maybe that's just how this song is. Maybe that's just how it is? I think it's okay. I think it's okay. PCB ban. Forgot today was Monday. Mood. I was very much rushing to try to get this done. So I get that. Alright, cool. Okay, that's all saved up. Okie dokie. And then I want to go to the Steam page again. Okie dokie. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. Let me mute it over here. I can lose you. Hey, nah. Are the new blind boxes here? No, they will be here tomorrow. Because I haven't got them done. Wink. When the cursed rain falls. Mimesis? Want to see something more tilting? Yeah? What's up? Mimesis appear. Mimesies? Mimesis? 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 Mimes? What the fuck? How do you say this word? How do you say this? Oh, they have two? What kind of fuck ass banner is that? What kind of fuck ass banner is that? I can't, Star. I can't. Want to make sure before we even tell you though, I'm good. I'm okay. Fucking Comic-Con, the Comic-Con that Steam's talking about is about to piss me off. I'm about to crash out about it, but I'll be a good angel and I won't. But all that they'll know is if I ever meet someone that's connected to it, I will rip your throat out. In Minecraft, of course. That'll piss me off, bro. Shit, fucking dude. That's like the fastest way to piss people off. I swear to God. TikTok. I know they have a TikTok. And it's just... Yes! Yes, on God. I kind of want you too. And point to the person literally turning into a... Yeah, I know! Mimesis? 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 Is it mimesis? This is gonna confuse me. Oh, God, I have to get this shit out of my face. Hey, I found you. This is their trailer. Quite like this as well. Multiplayer. It doesn't say like how do you like pronounce the title. Mimesis? I don't know how to pronounce this word. Mimesis? Mimesis? Is it mimesis? Mimesis. Okay. Ses. Like cesspool? Mimesis. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. When the curse rain falls, mimesis appear, perfectly imitating your teammates, bringing a new level of tension you've never experienced before. Mimesis is a 4-player co-op horror game that brings polish mechanics, brings much perspective to I want to see what people said about mine. This is generally brilliant and learns how to play or talks. Once it's created, the atmosphere to gain the idea of AI, but right now the AI movements to gameplay balance, retrigger all fields, scenery refinement. Okay, so I wouldn't say polished. Brings a. It's old, but we're gonna collect stars, fix it when you can. Simple right, stay as long as you can. Unpredictable horror. And then there's also where this came from. Dream about her, she rings my bell. History close. Okay. 4 survivors. What do you do? For survival horror, it brings unpredictable challenges. Brings unpredictable challenges with ever-changing maps, evolving threats, and unpredictable. Yeah. With ever-changing. Yep. Mimes is a 4-player co-op survival horror game that brings unpredictable challenges with ever-changing maps, evolving threats, and unpredictable scenarios. Ensure every run is a fresh and terrifying experience. Uh, with a variety of terrifying monsters, goofy loot, and an upgradable trim. You ask. A scheme released its early access version back in October. Truly a fun mix between Repo and Lethal Company. If I had to compare it to other horror. Not list it or try it for yourself today. I feel like I need another set of senses. What else could I say about this? The idea games the creatures within this game will imitate you and your allies. Imitate you and your allies. Imitate allies. Behavior, voice, anything you it's gonna do really. Analyzes eyes, voices, and even behaviors. When cursed rainfall, mimes appear. Mimesis. 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 Mimesis appear, perfectly imitating your teammates, bringing a new level of tension you've never experienced before. Mimesis is a 4-player co-op survival game that brings unpredictable challenges with ever-changing maps, evolving threats, and unpredictable scenarios to ensure every run is fresh. Is a fresh and terrifying experience. With a variety of terrifying monsters, goofy loot, and an upgradable tram, what more could you ask for? Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creatures within will imitate you. Okay, perfecting the idea of mimics. I spelled everything wrong. Mimics within games, the creatures within will imitate you and your allies. Imitate you and your allies' voices and even behaviors. This game released its early access version back in October, and I recently got to try it with friends, and it was a blast. Mixing. I want to mention how it mixes like the goofiness of Repo, but also like the spookiness of Lethal Company. I feel like is more an appropriate kind of comparison of these two. Okay. When the cursed rain falls, mimesis appear, perfectly imitating your teammates, bringing a new level of tension. I would say perfectly imitating your Mimesis is a 4-player co-op survival horror game that brings unpredictable challenges with ever-changing maps, evolving threats, and unpredictable scenarios, ensuring and unpredictable mechanics like this will ensure every run is a fresh and terrifying experience. With a variety of terrifying monster goofy loots and an upgradable tram, what more could you ask for? Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creatures within will imitate you and your allies' voices and even behaviors. Trust no one. They said that, right? Let's see. Oh wait, no. Always doubt the person in front of you. Always doubt the person in front of you. Elaine, do you remember that Leaf game you played the other day or a week? And I talked about a chore game that combines all the aspects of Power Wash Simulator, the raking game, Snow Removal, and I said I would pitch. Yeah. How did they like it? And it was I literally played it last week on Thursday. It was my last stream. It was this last stream I did. It was last Thursday. It wasn't that long ago, you goob. Well, they voted on 10 options total, and that idea won after 3 to 4 polls. Nice. Well, let me know how it goes. If you need any goofy baby props, let me know. I'll make some props for you. Well, they'll be 3D, so. Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creatures within will imitate you and your allies' voices and even behaviors. Always doubt the person in front. I can't type! Project chores. I like it, but the name could be better. I'm gonna be honest. Always doubt the person in front of you. Like, Leave It Alone is cute. It's a play on words. Power Washing Sim is just very straight. I feel like I'm gonna be honest. You could workshop the name, but I'm here for you regardless. If you need props or anything, let me know. Always at the person in front of you. This game released its early access version back in October, and I recently got to try it with friends, and it was a blast. It's truly a fun mix between Repo and Lethal Company if I had to compare it to other horror co-op games. So why not wishlist it or try it for yourself today? Like a proper name, you better. You better. You better. Another thing to look at is House Flipper 2. Or 1. Or both. You could also look at games like A Little to the Left for the satisfying nature, if you like. The soft cel-shaded looks of like My Camper Van is a good art reference as well. Don't forget to look at art references. Friends slump. Co-op. Horror. Survival. I can't spell today. Alone. Miserable, miserable, miserable life. No one better than me. No one better than me. No one better than me. Liar, 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 liar. Hi, Rainer. Happy Monday. Hope you're doing well. No one better than I know. One better than I know. Shit. Edit dates. It's 11th. Save. Save. Thank you for the check-in. Lawn and Order. Because Lawn and Order makes me think it's a mowing simulator. Which is not exactly what you're going for, I'd say. You want something that encompasses everything. The washing part, the leaf blower, the washing, the scrubbing, the leaf cleanup, the probably other parts too. Misadventures. Misadventures actually wouldn't be bad. Like mishaps. Mishappening. Mishaps. Mishaps wouldn't be bad. Like mayhaps, mishaps. Mishaps. Mishaps? Or mishaps? That wouldn't be bad. This is the wrong label. Shenanigans? Shenanigans is too broad. Shenanigans would mean anything. That one's not specific enough, in my opinion. If you can't tell, Elena's very anal about how things are named. Are you gonna be asked to ask for help? Chore Simulator itself wouldn't be bad either, to be fair. Just straight up Chore Simulator. Don't understand. You don't understand how I am. I get fucking sad. Ooh, Lord. I have that one. Too broad, Grams. I'm just saying. Just saying. A choreable? That would be kind of cute. Hi, Womble. Womble, did you see the thing I tagged you in? Did you see the thing I tagged you into my server? I hope you did, because I think it would make your day pretty happy. Also, I hope you're doing good. I want both banana ones. Oh my god. Look at this. Look what Star sent me. I want this one, actually. I want the one with the duct tape more. A choreable. I love it, but would have to depend on if we want to get cute assets for the player model. You don't have to have player models, man. Most of those things don't have player models. Most of those games don't have player models. It's in Club Room. I added you. Either duct tape banana capybara is the best. Yeah, I like him. I would put him like on my wall or something. I think that'd be funny. Q modeling versus Cthulhu volumes. That's too cute. I know. My mom came in and that was the first emote that she used, and I was like, yes, because that's my favorite. The person wants to see us do co-op for it, so minimum we need player models. You made it super simple then. You could do. Oh my god. You could do something simple like Peak. Peak would be super simple, but I think you should do ones like this because everybody loves it, like character models like this. I do especially. Like these. If you were to do something, if you did character models like this, dude, bang for your buck. If you make this a thing, Canadian, I need a DM from you saying that I get to do some 3D modeling for it. I don't have to be paid. If you actually make this into a game, like on God, for real, and this is a passion project that you do, I need DMs saying that you will let me make some things, 3D model some things for the game. But if you actually make a studio out of it, you're gonna pay me at least a little bit, and by a little bit, I mean probably like put my name in the credits. So make the models broomsticks. You could have a Fantasia vibe, then you don't have to do facial animations. That's true. But you could also do it like this. These guys don't have facial animations. The only thing that moves is their arms and their legs. Their faces don't move. And I think that game's really cute. And I like it a lot. Need IRL milkclub. Bro, that'd be so... I'm making the 3D models. And I have a resin printer. I'm making the if I could do that on... Because, like, we'd have to do clear resin. And then I'd have to paint the inside of the clear resin with a translucent ink. So that way it kind of does the same thing. But I have to wait until Enshrined is done with the stuff. Because technically the resin printer that we have is from work. It's a work printer. So I have to wait till we're done with it. And then I can ask Pixels. And then I can ask Pixels to do 3D models for me. Okay. I don't need media, so I just need music. You could do your own pop parade figure too. Pop parade? I feel like I've heard of that before. Pop parade figure. Yes, Elaine needs more to do always. What are these? Oh. I actually don't know if I've heard of this before. But yeah, I want to make those. Hey, happy talk things. I don't think I have anything in this. I should do like winter. Oh, is this from Fox? Oh my god, wait, no, there's TikToks that I've been liking. Hold on. Wow, I'm not gonna get that back. Fuck. I put it on my other monitor because I'm used to putting it on my other monitor only to remember that I can't see the other monitor. Ruby, I got 2 Elaine tabs? Yes, Ruby did. Ruby rated me when I started stream. Ruby, the amazing Ruby. They did. I need to log into this too. Hold on, I have to log into something that I can't show you guys. Hold on. Okay, nope, we're good. Okay, and I gotta go back to the DVI import. There's this guy that has been doing these TikToks about like pretty cool places to bleed out. And this is one of the ones that I want. It's actually really cool. Heck yeah, forcing my friends to kiss like action figures. And then they kiss. Can we hold hands though, Womble? Would it be okay if we held hands? Because I don't know if they'd be okay with kissing. Oh my god, Star, I need to send you this. I have to send you this because the way they did this reminds me of you. Like how the star is. It's the thing where it's like we often choose characters because we see ourselves in them. It reminded me of you. Of course. Okay, thank you, Womble. Oh, so man. But yeah, it just reminded me of you. I don't know. It's just I don't know. The aesthetic reminded me of you, Star. Yes, I can download this. Okay, I have all the ones I want now. I'm doing me better than you doing you. Don't be mad because I'm doing me better than you doing you. Don't be mad because I'm doing me better than you doing you. Dude, I love Childish Gambino. 49. I wish I was as confident, though. What is the new things in the shop? 10 days of Discord. What is this? Oh, there's a little paw. Ooh, that's pretty. Any of these, do I like any of them? I don't really like any of these. Like, they're not. How do I unlock this one? Oh, collect all 4 Wyndham items to earn exclusive gifts. How do I buy all 4 items in this collection? Oh, and then I get them. Oh, meh. I would be more direct if I was asking people to model. Typically for a class project, we find 3 free assets on it and use those, but I do like the Fantasia idea. We'll bring these ideas up to class for our break. Canadian, though. But Canadian, please. If you work on it outside of school, please tell me that I can 3D model something for it. Please. 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 I'm gonna keep saying please until you say yes. Please. 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 Is that a time? Please. Sorry, I already started losing it. Please. Please. I just don't want to annoy everyone, so I'm doing it like in a smaller voice, you know? This is not where this goes. Do it all the time. Where is Jake the dog? I just had him. Where did he go? I will bring up the idea with the class party animals that I want. If we vote on yes, then I will reach out. And if I get to go ahead and work on more after the class is done with it, I will reach out. Yes! I'm screenshotting this. Oh, this is wrong. Wrong computer. Screenshot. Wait, I did this wrong. Fuck off. Can I paste it in here? Yes, I can. Hungry Canadian said I can work on their chore game. Choreable. project chore. December 1st, 2025. So I got injured at work and just pulled a small piece of Star! Jesus, are you okay? What the fuck do you mean that you did that? What do you mean? Are you fucking okay? Jesus, what do you mean? I would have cried. If I had to do that, dude, I'd straight up be crying. Straight up ballin'. Baller? Ballin'. Where'd that picture go? It's in here. Where's my Jake the dog? I don't know where my Jake the dog went from there, but okay. Just in case. Super snow, but yeah, I was like, what the fuck? Dude, I'd be like, what the fuck too? That's how I feel, honestly, about, I don't know if you've ever had these before, but hair splinters. Hair splinters are the worst. I didn't know that hair splinters were a thing until I moved, and Pixels was like, I can have hair splinters. And I was like, huh? Also, I want to make crocheted fish. Hair splinters? Yeah, you can have hair splinters. Hair splinters are just, they're exactly like splinters, but they're just hair. Because human hair can be so coarse that you can get splinters from them, like you can from wood. Shit freaks me the fuck out. Hi, V! Thanks for checking in earlier. I was having problems with OBS because I have a new stream layout, so thanks for checking in early. Well, I guess technically on time, but thank you regardless. This is centered, okay. December 1st to December 7th. I believe the 7th is a Sunday. Yep. Hey, Elaine. Hi, Cleo. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Export. I happen to remember while I was going to lie down because I'm still sicky. Well, I appreciate it nonetheless. Oh, chili dogs. Send pictures. I learned something new today. You're welcome. Do you also know bones are wet? Bones are wet. I learned bones are wet. You're welcome for that, too. You lying? No way. Yeah, bones are naturally wet. They're not exactly hollow. They have marrow within them. I mean, I am just had food and now I'm eepy, but I am here to stay. I appreciate it. Kitty. Fish. Crochet. Snow. Hearing badoops. Oh! Kiwi, that looks so good. We're all sorts of wet under these century. We are moist motherfuckers. Okay, so. Guys like my mouse? This is my mouse currently. This is my mouse cursor. I need the usernames of everybody. I think I should have done this in a different order. My brain is literally blown right now. I can't do those meat earlier. Water's not wet. No, water is the definition of wet in my mind. Like, water makes things wet. You know? Like, air is dry, but can be humid, but cannot be wet. I think the part of the song is about me. Mood. The winter season is slowly approaching, and Mariah Carey. Mariah Carey is the one that says like is the one that's like defrosting for winter, right? Oh, what is this? Water is wet. Fuck off. Fuck off, Kiwi. Water's not wet. Water is like, well, water is wet. Water is wet. See, okay. My character is defrosting. Does it mean you can't turn up the heat like this? Little goober in their warm hoodie going overtime to make the cutest little biscuits. Wait, no, I'll just look at it. No, because I can't, because I gotta look at it here. Doing biscuits for the first time. Water makes things wet, but it itself can't be wet, as to be wet is generally being covered in a liquid. Water is covered in itself. Oh my god. Okay. The winter season is slowly approaching, and Mariah Carey is defrosting, but that doesn't mean you can't turn up the heat like this little goober in their warm hoodie going overtime to make the cutest little biscuits. First set of biscuits. To witness. Biscuits. It's a gift. The season of gifting. Gifts coming up. You're stumped on what to get that quirky. Why not get one from Brookie Cookie Book? The defined factions and fandoms. Oh my god, Kiwi. If you dip chocolate in chocolate, what does that count as? It's just chocolate covered chocolate. It's just chocolate. This is literally. Ooh, they sell the patterns, chat. Chat, they sell the patterns. Buff tart art. Regia is, why do we only perceive ourselves as beings in our head? Because that's where our eyes are? Yep. Yeah, pretty much. Because where our eyes are. That's how all animals would perceive themselves, is because of the location of their eyes, except for snails. Because their eyes are longer. If I dip chocolate in fondue, it melts. Well, that's because fondue is hot. It's because hot fondue is warm. Buff tart art. I like this one, the rainbow trout miniature. Guys, can I have $6, guys? I'll make everybody one of these. But animals without eyes, they perceive themselves as just a being. I think animals that don't have, like moles, they just know that they exist. And like blind people, same. And I'm not a blind person, so I don't know, but I feel like if a blind person just knows that they exist as a entity, you know? They can't put like necessary like human perspective. They have they have other senses. Like, for example, we exist as beings that smell like X thing, or you exist as I think it's more specific. For people who can perceive with eyes, it's one way. With people who don't have eyes, it's a more specific, different perception. Yeah. Well, Why not get one from this amazing TikTok creator? Brooke has an Etsy under Buff Tart Art where they sell the patterns for these lovely fish to make something from the heart. Ooh. Love occasional time with Elaine. That's my Mondays. Guys, is someone gonna give me $6 so I can crochet this? Please don't say I'm gonna pour my heart and soul. Guys, I wanna make a rainbow trout. Do I wanna make a rainbow trout or do I wanna make a bass? I like rainbow trout more. Where's send the 6? Dude, I'm memeing. A gift sub. But I'm memeing. I'm memeing. I just think they're cute. I'd have to buy yarn. They have an anglerfish. Dude, the anglerfish is so cool. I'd have to buy yarn. Is there like a set? Like, could I go on Amazon and see if there's any like yarn bundles? Because it wouldn't have to be good yarn. God damn! Stop motion frog. I have, and I want one so fucking bad, dude. But I'm more of a fish person than a frog person. Memeing unless, yeah. Crochet pattern. I actually do like crocheting. I've crocheted my stuffed animal, Bartholomew, which is a jelly cat. Bartholomew bear. I have him. I have him, and I made him a sweater, and I've made him overalls. I want to make him a hat. There's also plushy fish with legs on Etsy. Is it Steve? Steve Le Poisson. Look at this duck. Look at that duck. I feel like a fish is more achievable. I'd have to get yarn. Someone's got to have a sale on yarn, right? What kind of yarn is this? Is this okay yarn? This looks different. This looks different than this, I think. I think they're lying. Cause no, this is correct. But they're tiny. Chat! Chat! Can I make it with these? My god, could we have like a It's sold. Oh, he's kind of like Steve. It's sold out. That sucks. But he's like Steve. Steve Le Poisson. Steve Le Poisson. Steve Le Poisson. Guys, I'm gonna add this to my... Oh, I bought that already. Okay. Is it really $25 for 66? Yarn kit. I don't need all those colors. Do I have anything that's less? 13. Because I have... This one's 15. What do you mean? You get almost as much... Wait, hold on. How does this go from 15 to 25? How does this get discounted by... I guess it's shittier. Ever since Joann's closed, every fabric related has... I know. I miss Joann's. What kind of yarn is this? Let me look at the ratings. Cause like, what if like, listen. I need you guys to understand something, and I think it would be really cool. What if we had an event where I make these for Christmas, right? On like, depending on when this gets here, right? If you guys get me a crochet kit like this, where we can have a ton of yarn, the person that donates it will obviously get one in any color that they want. And then anyone that donates, like, 5 subs, probably not that many, but maybe, will get one themselves. First 2 minutes for the front one piece, it's not easily legally. It's fine, I got it, Kiwi. Don't worry, I got it. I got you. It's fine. It's fine, don't worry. The network's got... I'm connected. I'm connected. Let me get them. When you... I got it, Kiwi. Don't worry about it. But if we did this one, we could do it in any color anybody wants. Okay, listen. Okay, listen. I have a fucking amazing idea. Okay. Is this primable, though? It'd come by Saturday, right? I don't know how this works. Take my money. Stop. Stop it. Add to wish list. Size 5232. What's the difference? Oh, 32. Okay. Christmas fish event. If we get this item, Elaine will host a Fishmas Day, and everyone that gift sub on Twitch, one sent to them physically. Remember, shipping is going to be a bitch this time of year. Yeah, but that's why it'll be late. You will get it late. You'll get it late, okay? Wait, how much is shipping? How much is shipping to Canada? Let's say Canada. International shipping rates. Depends on what you're shipping to. That's what I'm like. That's... If it's a Prime item, you have Prime. I think it's free. I have Prime, but I don't know if it's gonna be like... Like, I don't know if does Throne... If item is purchased on Throne, does it get Amazon Prime shipping? I think it might, because literally the, Oh, it does have Prime. It does have Prime. So, wait. So, it does use Prime? Free Saturday if this ship... So, if I had Prime... Wait, how... Hold on. Hold on. I have to hide my screen. Easy, invent a teleporter. If I could have the powers, I would teleport and I'd just give it to you physically. Okay, it's got Prime. It has Prime. So if you buy it on here, it will have Prime. So that's cool. Shipping prices. Hold on. Because this does, I do need to know this, because like if someone is in Canada and I want to send one to them, I want to know how much it would be. United States. Let's say Canada. Let's just do Canada. We'll do... I can look at my viewer base, right? And where a lot of you are from. And then I can make it off of that. Analytics. Research, I think. Region. How do we look at the region? How do I see the region? Okay, most of you are in North America. Okay, so I think Europe would probably be the most expensive. I'm gonna try to see like what's gonna be the most expensive and then the lowest, and then kind of do a middle ground, I think is my plan. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm so excited. You guys got me fucked up. Okay, hold on. I have to hide my screen. Let's do... I don't know. Can I not get, like, estimated? from Oregon. Fish are delivered via drone. That would be so expensive, dude. I'd have to buy a drone. And let alone a drone that can go that far. Shipping prices. Because it'll be as heavy as a letter, wouldn't it? Lightweight box shipping. Because this would be so cute. Prices. Under 5 pounds. Well, UPS Saver is another cheaper offering for $9.14. The same weight carrier. Faster UPS carriers. USP. Which is one? The USPS is the brown one, right? No. It's okay. We want UPS. Okay, I want to ship through UPS. I think I like UPS. I think I like UPS more than we like UPS more than USPS, chat. Which one do we like more? Quote. Ship. How much is it to ship an under? I can do list if that help. An under 5 pound item with UPS. Hold on. Oh shit. Yeah, there we go. Alright, Kiwi Goblin at some. Kiwi, can you tell? Okay. USPS related to the government, so it might be slightly cheaper. Yeah, but USPS loses packages, don't it? Don't they usually, like, lose packages? Flat rate shipping. Extra small. Yeah, it would be extra small. Starting at $10.58. Calculate time and cost. I just want to ship something. I'm gonna ask Milk Curd. Cause I don't know. I don't understand. Why can't they just answer my? Why can't Google answer? How much would it be to send someone a small gift in a box that weighs less than 5 pounds? What is the options to send to US, Canada, UK? USA to USA is $8 to $18. US to Canada, US to UK, the cheapest mid-range. For a lightweight package, less than 4 pounds. The cheapest. As of 2025, retail price is $17.85. Delivery is slower, often few weeks, but fine for non-urgent gifts. Mid-range priority mail. I would probably do this one. First class international, up to 4 pounds. Alternative carriers, some third-party carrier parcels, $25. So yeah, 5 gifted subs for anybody that wants one. I think that would be good. And then, hold on, can we line this up Twitch sub events? Because they have September. Twitch sub September calendar. But don't they have one for Twitch December sub discount? Bruh. No, this is not what I want. Christmas sub bonus. September discount only apply if you sub for a single month. During September, the deeper discount is $3 a month. They're a December thing on Twitch. For October, September, and Spooktober, what are you doing for December? And the year bonus round. For December 13th, January 2nd, get ready for the following promotion. 20% new hype train luck emotes. End of the year bonus round discount apply this. I guess I could ask the Twitch community for that, actually. Let me ask them. I don't know where I put the Discord for it. No, fuck. It should be right there. Oh, there it is. Oh, let me ask them. VTuber news, hello, general VTuber. Is there like a general, just a general creator support? Guidelines, read report. Self-promotion is generally not allowed. Please don't like your personal social media links. You may upload media photos directly to the site. If not, this form is not for sharing when you are on a live post like I show this to creator. Event planning. Stream. Small stream event planning. New post. Hold on, let me do this on this screen because I can't see. Streaming community advice. Hi. I wasn't sure where to put this, but I want to host a fishmas for my chat where I crochet them little fish to have as a fish and send it to them. I'd like to time it with discounted Twitch sub events like September, but wasn't sure if there is one for the December month. Any advice would be great. Post. Okay. But now I gotta do a new thing. Hold on. I have a question though. I need your guys' opinion though. This pattern is not made for resale. I'm going to message them on TikTok. Cause I don't know if they'd be okay with this. Message. Hey. Here. I had this idea for my stream where I crocheted the fish, rainbow trout pattern that you had on your Etsy as like a fishmas sort of Christmas deal, and I'd send it to them when I saw on your Etsy listing that it's for personal use, and I wasn't sure if that is just the pattern or the fish made from it as well. Sorry to bug you. I had this idea for my stream where I crocheted the fish around pattern that you had on your Etsy for subs as like Fishmas, sort of like Christmas deal, and I'd send it to them. But I saw on your Etsy listing that it was personal use, and I wasn't sure if it's just for the pattern or the fish made from it as well. I wouldn't show the pattern on stream or anything. I'd only show the final product. Show me crocheting and crocheting the gifts people, and I'd link the chat to your Etsy and give proper credits to you. Stream. I wanted to make sure you were okay with this before I did anything. Okay. I feel like I over-explained, but that's how I am. I over-explain things. If you do like reviews on VTubers, reviews, I just about content. Okay. But I probably don't have to ask to make a video about them, so I will continue that. Guess coming up, maybe you're stumped on what to get for that quirky family matters. Well, why not get one? Why not get this fish pattern, crochet pattern from this amazing TikToker, Brooke. Do they have their pronouns? Queer, they don't. Brooke has an Etsy under buff art where you can get the pattern. Only $6 on the pattern and make something unique. You love Christmas season. This Christmas season also is bringing us snow, and this TikToker, Ross, pretty neat places. Your final moments, or maybe have a cup of cocoa. Winter Wonderland is yours too. Gotta make a video? What kind of video? As you wish. Release. I know the first two. Let me forward this. How do I forward something forward? We walk here. It's one where I gotta do a video essay on global issues. Oh! If you went over 10 minutes, so what? You know, it's like, it's a teacher's issue. Unless they're gonna dock you a grade for going over the 10-minute mark, then yeah, maybe, but... I don't really understand this VTuber's question. They're asking me if I do showcases of VTubers, which I do. I really want them to respond to me, but I don't know when they will, so I will make a save for later. Cool. Wasted. Fishmas. I'll make it orange. I don't have an orange one. Close group. Wait, this needs to go in Fishmas too. Fishmas. Close group. Okay. They didn't say I couldn't go over 10 minutes, but it had to be 10 minutes. Then fuck it. Then that's fine. That just means that you put extra effort into it. It's whatever. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nips. That will be the caption for that video. Watch it turn into a 45-minute video. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. Either your professor's gonna see that it's 45 minutes and go, you know what, fucking fair. If they could talk about it for 45 minutes, they probably did the research, you know? And then you get an easy A, you know? That's my opinion. Or they watch the whole thing and see it's good anyway and also give you an A. So it's kind of like... But I think it's probably going to be the former because they have other students to go through, in my opinion, but... Shrug. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. It goes into history, survey, research, different perspectives, and how to prevent. Yeah, see? So you did... So, like, I think either way, no matter how long it is, you're gonna get a good grade on it. And if they don't, hey, you got my DMs. I'll come kick their ass. I'll be right back. I am back. Daily word chonky otter. I don't think that's gonna point the right way. I don't think that's gonna point the right way, Kiwi. I think that's gonna point the wrong way. I gotta send something to. Oh, I forgot. I bet a baby. Okay, there we go. I have to do like 10 things. I'm remembering none of them. That's something I want. I want this one. 62 underscore sagas. Take a late night, running around with your friends now. This is a video. I kind of like the one I found, honestly. Export. Maybe highlight. I don't think I'm gonna be needing to be in this program anymore, so I will open the other one as well. Is Kiwi streaming? Kiwi is streaming. I can't take this pain no more. I'm feeling, but I don't take a life for you or you the door. I miss you, baby. I need art of them. It's 9 to 10. I think I can't set 10 to 11. Pegasus's model's very pretty. I want to see if there's any other pictures that I prefer. I don't think there's gonna be though. And what's this one? Hello, Ren. Hello. How's it going? Hello, Kirby Air Raiders raid. Oh my God, how was Kirby? Welcome on in, Ren. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful time. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. I'm currently hiding my screen because I'm trying to show off a VTuber, but I can't exactly show them off because they have things on their Twitter that is a bit NSFW that I can't show on the stream, but I'll show it in a second. I played as Rick with Mr. Rin for our Marriage Monday. Ooh, fun. I hope you had a lot of fun with that. I hope you had a schmoving grooving time. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm currently writing videos about other VTubers. I think that's gonna be the good enough picture that we're gonna get for that. Give me 2 seconds as I open their Twitch, because I need their Twitch. There we go, and then we can go back to my screen. Hey, our robot. I did write what about the wonderful Rin. So if you want to check it out, you can check it out over on any social media platform, honestly, because it is on all social media platforms. But yeah, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Hope you had a lovely, lovely stream. It was kind of big. I'm going to eat cookie, but have a good rest of the day. Have a wonderful time eating. Have a wonderful little snack. You know you deserve it. Things are happening. The browser. Okay. V stars. This one. 38. And then I need to do searching for the Rin write-up on Truth Social. What the fuck is Truth Social? What does that mean? I am also curious. Okay, so that's Pegasus. That's Kiwi. Okay, I don't think I'll need Affinity anymore. Now that we have both of the covers. Welcome on to Instant Limited. Barf. It's like Trump's. Ew. Real barf. Fair. Okay, fair. Amsterdam. Tokyo. Because obviously it wouldn't be posted there. Fair, but like the other ones. Elaine's son and JJ both debuted Yoko Koloma. They did! Oh my God! That's so cool! Fuck yeah. I hope that you had a good time with your debut. Oh my goodness. Especially for Ren right up the Jeremy Renner app. What's that? What? Okay. Okay. I don't have this guy open, which is why I'm confused on what I'm doing. But I hope you guys had a good debut. Guys have good debut. This one and this one are the only two I haven't done yet. Yes. Lost in the thing of it all. Even all I lost. Boop, 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 boop. I'm lazy. I'm not gonna unhighlight this. Hello, Sure Shark. Welcome on in. I remember you. Welcome on back in. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we need clips from these guys. This one gets a little quirky at night. I like that. I like that a lot. I hope you guys are doing well. Sorry, that was a big yawn. I apologize. On our own someday. Screams. I like you, Rin. Okay, first of all, Jeremy Renner app was a scam, but the Truth Social one I'm forced to see every other day on the news. This is why I don't watch the news. I'm ignorant. I choose to keep my sanity. Wink. Okay. Via highlight. This one. I picked up American. That's cool. Welcome to the tar pit. I may art do so otherwise. Is that the one that pops up randomly during the day and you have to take a picture? Huh? Huh? Ba 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 ba. Huh? Huh? That's called Be Real. Be Real. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what these words mean. These are very big words, guys. Okay. So we do that, and they are on, what is there? VGen, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, VGen. I think I'll do Twitch, Twitter, VGen. And then for Pegasus, I will grab their credits, which is hopefully on their Twitter. Ma and Pa. Save image as V stars. This one, this one, this one. Save. My brain, it's being very slow. Rigor. And this person. I've seen this person. We saw this person the other day. Oh, they have matching profile pictures! What a riveting conversation that must be. The Jeremy app was for exclusive, but talk. That's fair. We had this person the other day. Who else did they make? They made someone else too. I could have sworn I've been here before. Oh no, I was here earlier. I remember. Never mind. That's really cute. They have matching profile pictures. Hold on. V stars, Kiwi. This one. Look at that. They have matching profile pictures. That's so cute. On your way out now. All right, we'll start with this one. Oh, what was their thing? They had the swamp gets a little quirky at night. At night. No. So don't be alarmed when our goofy and definitely trustworthy swamp monster arrives. Swamp monster arrives. Swamp monster Kiwi Sagas arrives. Kiwi. All the chat says stop by hang out. I'm sorry. Fuck. Okay. Welcome to the tar pit. On your way out now. I think at the very end, jump on into the tar pits and check out Kiwi on their socials. Check out the wonderfully creative Kiwi on their socials. Okay, cool. And then to stage. Oh. Okay. We talk about them. Is an elder rich being. That has picked up a mannequin. Mannequin to okay, use an algebra in the picture of a mannequin to have a more friendly their viewers. I'm gonna ask Kiwi if they're technically. Can I call them an eldritch being? I was just wondering. Say that you're an eldritch being. Insert shy emote. Describe you correctly. Cool. And now I will lurk in their channel. Okay. Kiwi is an eldritch being that picked up a mannequin to have a more friendly face for their viewers. What? However, that's not all they picked up. Kiwi, oh, Kiwi, don't, Kiwi. Shout out. Go follow Kiwi. What do you mean that doesn't make sense? Thank you, Mr. Bear Glock. I love your fucking name, dude. I love your name. Thank you for the follow. What do you mean it's not working? Oh my god, thank you. Jesus. I want to boast about them. Kiwi has a talent. An arm. I gotta wink. An arm. Oh, look at their eye banner. This is cool. If we weren't already getting a banner, that would be fucking cool as fuck. I like their logo too. The logos are cool. I love their vibe. I know, it's so cool. They're live right now if you want to follow them. Wink. Kiwi is an eldritch being that picked up a mannequin. Did you hear about the big science accident? Oh, tell me about the big science accident. I want to know. Hi, Norman. Hi. However, as I'm sure you realize, that's not all they picked up. Kiwi has a talent and an arm. Wink. For dude, their animated loading screen is really cool too. For not only creating goobers, but also amazing. Here's mixing a Cheeto with. God damn you! God damn you! God damn you, Kiwi. I was so invested. I was like, you're gonna tell me some really cool science thing that happened. You son of a. I'm gonna eat you. In a horrific and terrifying eldritch way. Sweet. I really like this too. Damn you, Kiwi. Kiwi is an eldritch being that picked up a mannequin to have a more friendly face for their viewers. However, as I'm sure you realize, that's not all they picked up. Kiwi has a talent and an arm for not only creating goobers, but also amazing and detailed illustrations. Don't eat me? Fine. Just this once. I'll let you off the hook. Probably more than once, but still. However, as I'm sure you realize, that's not all they picked up. Kiwi has a talent and an arm for not only creating goobers, but also amazing and detailed illustrations. We even created the art and rig for their gorgeous live 2D model. Never punish. Did it turn into Cheetos flavored? I hope so. That actually sounds really good. Like hot Cheetos flavored crabs? Ooh. 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 What was I looking for? Oh, what they stream. What do they stream? Okay. I think a crab room made with Cheetos. I feel like that doesn't sound as good. Doodle rig and occasionally play games. I don't know if there's like a type of game they prefer. I use any pronouns by default as she, her, but if you want to use they, them. Oh, she, her. Okay. That picked up a mannequin to make her to make a friendly face for her viewers. However, as I'm sure that's not all she's picked up. Kiwi has a talent and an arm, but also an amazing. She even created the art and rig for her gorgeous 5-2D model. This is overstimulating me a little bit. Damn, I showed Elena short with a dad joking at 3 that I think that's what I'm thinking about it. I think that's why I'm like, God damn it. Cause that's like the second time it's come up in the last, like, it happened that one time 3 months ago. And I think it happened last week. Someone said that meme to me. And this time Kiwi said it. And I trusted that it was actually going to be a science thing. And I feel betrayed. I did not. I don't want to listen to Taylor Swift more times than that. I'm okay. The Old Bay flavored goldfish crackers. So maybe Old Bay flavor. Ooh. For a gorgeous live 2D model. Not only can you watch this lovely Eldritch artist create on stream, but also so much more. It's a goober at heart, so you know everything. Oh, thank you for the 20 stream watch streak! Thank you! Fucking epic. Epic. You're fucking epic. Epic gamer. Norman's epic. Kiwi is a goober at heart, so you know everything they create is will have their spin on it, whether it's gaming the night away. Excuse me. Gaming the night away with horror games, or just chilling with Bunny Garden. Whether it's gaming, whether it's playing some horror games or chilling with games like Bunny Garden. Well, that's what it was called, right? Bunny Garden? Bunny Garden. Not only can you watch this lovely eldritch artist create her works of art on stream, but also so much more. Kiwi is a goober at heart, so you know everything she creates. Can you watch this on you know everything she creates will have her spin on it. Whether it's playing horror games or chilling with games or chilling. Bunny Garden. He is a very kind and entertaining YouTuber, so I highly suggest lurk your way over to her. And don't be afraid to jump into the onto the tar pitch and check out the wonders we created on her socials. Her channels. Pog. Large piece of fossilized apology science fact. The largest piece of fossilized dinosaur food discovered is 30 meters long and over 2 liters. Over 2 liters! God damn! Ew. Do you think if they cracked it open, it would smell? Because I know, like, if fossilized by itself probably wouldn't smell like anything. But if you cracked it open, do you think Do you think it would smell bad? I hope it would, personally. Eldritch. Gorgeous. Talented. No, I don't like that. My heart is swooning. Lovely kiwi sagas. Hope I didn't write the same thing for... Yeah. I love Eldritch VTubers. Why can't I be one of you? Because I made a choice before I knew who I was. Eldritch. Where it is. Okay. Pegasus. Okay, I need a bunch of clips now. I wish I knew. And two. I need at least a few of these. He's come to me. Okay, let's start with these ones. That's why we can't have Jurassic Park. Probably not, since DNA has half. Oh, oh, right, fair. But aren't we reverse engineering things so we can have dinosaurs? Isn't that how that works? Have we already been reverse engineering stuff for it? I feel like we have been. Maybe I'm wrong though. Okay, things happen for. I want the featured ones, that's for sure. I wish I knew you wanted me. I wish I knew. We're trying. Fair. I thought we did. Okay, let's do this one. Get tongue-tied like a rowdy. Oh, there's not hiding. You're grabbing me hard. You know what you found is biscuits. It's gravy. There we go. I want to summon this one. I like this model. It's cute. I'm not until we bring down. Fair. Fair. I would also like groundsel. The ones we were able to reverse engineer were never viable to hatch. Really? That sucks. I need 10 more clips. I keep hearing like beeps outside my office. It's confusing me. Babe, I'll be in your arm. This one. Do I have this one? I don't know if I have that one. I don't want that one. Oh my god, that's Naho! I know that person. Yeah, but they did a huge information about the connections with dinosaurs. Can we have like non-hostile can we have domesticated dinosaurs though? I know that wouldn't be the same as normal dinosaurs. I know that for a fact, but I want them. Look, it's Naho. Not Naho. I'm sorry. It's Gabby. It's Gabby. It's your beautiful Gabby. What is this? Thanks, Pixels! Thank you, I love you! Oh, I gotta download this now. I download Cast and Chill. Where is it? I can uninstall the demo now. I'm sure they would be harmless if we took care of them properly. They're regular animals. True. I wonder how GMO. I want to eat a dinosaur. Chat, do you want to eat a dinosaur? I want to eat a dinosaur. Okay, well, I know what we're doing later. The game is already ready. 15. I need 5 more. Do I have them drawing as a shrimp? I do. I bet they all taste like chicken, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Can I go to their clips? Like their most popular clips? Taco Bug George. Imagine having Flintstone dino ribs. Flintstone's dino ribs? Oh, that would be great. That's one of the my favorite icebreakers when it comes to dinosaurs. If they were around today, would you eat them? Yeah. Oh, yeah. At least one. Barbecue that shit up. Dude, I think that would be amazing. Wait, these are VODs. I'm looking at VODs. I need not VODs. I can't download VODs anymore. They're too big. I'm already having problems downloading my own VODs. I can't download other people's VODs anymore. I like this one. This one's really cool. How many more do we need? 6 more? 1. God, I love their model. Their model's so pretty. Hey, guys, if we get an Eldritch model, let's get one from Kiwi Saga. On God. So I really like their art. If snake tastes like chicken and lizard is just old chicken, then yes, I would eat the fuck out of a giant chicken. Me too. Me too. 3. This one. I want this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 1 more. Something I'm made for. I always taste like chicken with a different texture. What kind of texture is it? What kind of texture is that one? That one cooking. I want to try it. Like the weight off my shoulder. Also, everything said, I would rather take my chances with a T-Rex than a Triceratops because of the temperament of a herbivorous prey animal. Yeah, I feel like, you know, big dog get tired quickly. Chihuahua, not get tired. You're gonna be afraid for a while. You know? You feel? Okay, that's 20. If I have to... I'm probably gonna have to download extras, though. I always end up having to download more. Come back. Come back. Come back, please. Come back, please. Thank you. No! Gator chews more like meat, even though it tastes like chicken. It's odd, but not bad. Interesting. Do I have the one with the hat? Do I have the clip with the hat? I don't think I have this clip with this hat. This is strange. This is strange. What is strange? What is strange? I keep hearing this beeping and it's driving me a little nuts. Not gonna lie, the gator facts. Ah, fair. Free range Wagyu Triceratops? Fuck yeah. That's 23. Would Nessie taste like a duck or a shark? What do you want it to taste like? Okay, I think I got all of that for that. That for that. Tit for tat. Okay. It's fine. Nessie could taste like both if they want to. Yeah, like a little bit of both. A little bit of both. I clicked the wrong one. It's fine. Only know what one of those tastes like. Fair. Fair. Okay. Last person is Pegasus. Sauropods? One of those. What's the sauropod? Oh, fuck. Sauropod. I'm surprised the restaurant in Jurassic Park wasn't serving dinosaur. That would be cool though. That'd be cool. I don't think so. I don't think I'd eat them. They just don't look that tasty. I think a T-Rex sounds good. I don't know. It's like asking me to eat a giraffe in my brain, and my brain goes, Ew! Ew! Look! It's got weird flappies. Why does it have weird flappies like that? Little foot with star leaf salad on the kids. Aw, that would be actually kind of cute. I don't know. They don't look tasty. I don't know. These kind of sauruses don't look tasty to me. They don't look that. For display and mating. I would eat a T-Rex, though. Or the ones with the tiny arms. What were they called? I forgot what they're called. Dinosaur with blue arms. This one? I'd eat this guy. I don't remember what it was called. Carnotaurus? I'd eat a Carnotaurus. Yeah, I'd eat a Carnotaurus. Wrinkly and saggy. I'd less want to eat them if they're all wrinkly and saggy, probably. I'd eat a Carnosaurus. But I probably want to make it a friend. Tiny raptors you could pop like popcorn chicken? Yeah, probably. Yeah, those ones I view as like rats. So I'd probably eat the tiny like the tiny little raptors. I feel like I wouldn't eat herbivore ones, honestly. Just to be aware, they're one of the fastest meats out there that swallow you whole. Listen, Ian. If we were here to think about which dinosaur could kill me the fastest, all of them would kill me. We're talking about the editability, the amount I want to eat the dinosaur, not how fast it's gonna shred me in half. Oh Jesus! Look, now I need a blobfish interpretation of dinos. That'd be pretty cool. Sognathus. Yeah, these guys barely got any meat on them though. But yeah, you probably eat them like a quail. I could see that. Or like if they have like eggs, you could eat their eggs like quail eggs. That'd be okay. Not much meat on them, but if you had to survive, you know. I think I wouldn't eat a lot of like herbivore dinosaurs. Like dogs, they're all parasites. That'd be crazy. Herbivore dinosaurs. Okay, let's look at the herbivore dinosaurs. I guess I would eat this one. I know they're healthier to eat, but I just don't feel like I want to eat them. Like, I don't really want to eat these two, but I'd eat these two. I would not eat any sauropods. I don't know why, but they make me feel scared. Would be great for food. Okay, hold on. Sauropods? This guy, maybe? Armored dinosaurs? No, thank you. Edmontosaurus. Is he on here? Edmontosauruses? I feel like they'd be in the duck-billed dinosaurs. And it's kind of like a maybe. I don't know. The way it kind of be standing kind of make me feel like horse. And I don't really want to eat a horse. So maybe not. I wouldn't eat it. You can have it. You can have all the Edmontosauruses. You can have all the Edmontosaurus. You can have all the duck-billed ones. Because this one makes me think of a horse. These all kind of make me... I don't think I want to eat a horse. Ankylosaurus. Be closest to gator. Yeah, probably. But gator, the diet's different, so I feel like it would taste a little different. They'd probably more like eating an armadillo. But I don't want to eat this guy either. I'm not into eating him. But then if we look at carnivorous dinosaurs, carnivorous dinosaurs. All right, let's look at eat. I would eat most of these guys. I think it's because they have more muscle on them, like in areas that kind of look tastier. I don't know. I'd rather eat the carnivore. What about omnivorous? Omnivore dinosaurs? Give me turkey! Yay! Okay. Hold on. Library, stream avatars. Hold on. All Diplosaur in real life, way different in the Jurassic World Diplosaurus. That's fair. That is very fair. Oviraptor? Oviraptor? Oh, I have to open stream avatars on that computer. Hold on. I opened it on the wrong. Okay, also Dino Omelets. Dino Omelets out in banger. Is stream? I think I have to find the stream avatars variant without Steam. Is that possible? Stop downloading things. Stop it. Hold on. Browse local file. I don't think it has a without Steam version. Now, what would Dino's best mix for turducken? Turkey duck. I feel like one of the raptors. I feel like raptors would be pretty good. I didn't. Wait. I forgot something. I think I forgot something. Hold on. Oh, rapper feels very pheasant-like. I'm saying. Lazy. I have to copy things over a place. Because I never opened streamed avatars on this laptop. Dinosaur was one of the first predatory dinosaurs to be big, and while it didn't have a frill or venom, it was a powerful predator. Yeah, I think it's like also in musculature, right? Like it's also like how it uses what it has. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to eat. The more I look at it, the less I want to eat dinosaurs. Because the more it makes me think about the fact that I will just die. I might have to reposition stream avatars on here. I am waiting for stream avatars to open. Yes. Okay. Okay. Hold on. It says the thing is locked. Hold on. Windows settings. Open browser, set this monitor. 1920 1080. Lock resolution. What the fuck? Sorry, 1 second. I can't look at chat. I have to fix this. Why is that doing the thing? Okay. Is that... Okay. Now lock resolution. Now connected. Wayne is very much confusion. Sauropod on the outside, Paralysaurus in the middle, Triceratops. What? What are we talking about? Okay, so there you go. Okay. Now I just gotta move it. I'll move BLT in a second. Nope, wrong computer. Chat, this is hard. Oh. Nope. Nope. Hang on. Okay. My patience for this is ever shortening. Where is Kiwi? There you are. There you go. Now you have the turkey hat. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, sorry. That took me much longer than it normally does. I can see my computer, my laptop lagging though. What's happening here? Okay, guess because my memory is almost gone on this laptop. No, it seems not. It seems fine. Class is done. Congrats. I just had to wait for a second. Okay, if stream starts lagging, gotta let me know though, because I'm not looking. Let's do this one. This one. This one. This one. This one. And then let's go to clips. Okay, and then I'm gonna start downloading everything to the other one. Save. I like their models, very pretty. Headset's falling off my head. We're making a game development document and it's coming along nicely. We think we got this and we're all excited for it. Or, well, most of us are. Well, not everyone's going to be excited for things like that, you know? Accurate Kirby. What is this one? I guess we can do that one. Also, by the way, Petrosaur is completely separate animals from. What do you mean it's not a dinosaur? What do you mean it's completely separate? How's it separate? Elaine caught watching corn? What are you talking about? It's not my fault that they are so beautiful. Okay, except for intro, we need 13 more clips. Can we do top 30 days instead? Yeah, we can. Open link in new tab. This is the video with Crimbo. They are a separate branch of the Archosaurus family tree from... Weird. But then how come they still get the Saurus name? Look, Crimbo? Chocat. We love them both. We love them all. Because they're reptiles? But like chameleons aren't called chameleosauruses. They're called chameleons, you know? I don't understand scientific naming conventions. 14:7 more. The bee. Sun is killing me. Away from space. Chameleonidae? Is that its scientific name? Thank you for the head pat. Probably will be for life. Recall memories. The song is kind of loud, huh? But I like it. It's a good song, so I can't turn it down. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Sing us a song, yeah, man, oh man. Sing us a song tonight. A prehistoric whale was called a basilosaurus because it's first thought to be a marine reptile until it was discovered to be a whale. So animal nomenclature is a clusterfuck. Fuck. It's like beans. Beans and legumes, I feel, are the same way. Like a green bean isn't actually a bean, it's a legume. That's dumb. Did I do this one? Sorry, I'm talking into my water bottle. So I want to drink water. Hippopotamus, amphibious for the genus from the genus Hippopotamus from the family of Hippopotamidae. Huh. A hippo is but that just means a hippo is a hippo, and it'll always be a hippo, you know? When you la da 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 la da 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 da. I want more. One more, and then we'll go back. And we'll start writing about them. Song, your piano man. Sing us a song tonight. Did you know there's no such thing as a vegetable? Yeah, all vegetables are fruit. Right? Because we're eating the fruit of the plant. Like a bell pepper is the fruit of the bell pepper vegetable. I think. Oh, that's gonna piss me off. Why is it still like that? It's so annoying. Dun, 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 dun. There you go. It just means edible plant, basically. Yeah! Peppers are a fruit. Peppers are a fruit. Maybe that'll be next week's, did you know? Hold on, let me add that to the content list. Peppers are a fruit. Okay, back to this. Okay, and this, and then... Ooh, it's about to piss me off. What do you mean? Welcome all to the cloud herd. Welcome all to the cloud herd where you'll be entertained and kept comfy cozy by the wonderful Pegasus VTuber Celine. Strawberries are not berries, but bananas are. Is it because the seeds are on the outside? Also, another thing that separates pterosaurs from dinosaurs is a whole pterosaur. There's a hole? Really? Just a singular hole? Or like the hip in its entirety? Celine. Oh, she's specializes in hanging out with friends, Pokemon, TCG, and ASMR content. If adore the nurturing, not alone, one as lovely as sure to love on there. Give her and her artists love on all their socials. Technically, strawberries are a cluster fruit because basically a bunch of fruit that grew into one. Weird. That's weird. That is weird. I think the hip is also a different shape, but the major one is the whole. Scientists clarify things funny in my brain. I think this should go here. Celine. Welcome all to the Cloud Herd, where you will be entertained and kept comfy cozy by the wonderful Becca's VTuber Celine. This 18 plus space. 18 plus space will nurture you in all the right ways. Wink. And hanging out. That's not all you're in for. If you're joining the herd, though. Like sugar on my tongue. Tara and T. Where do they post that, though? Do they not post Tarot and T anywhere else? Or T and Tarot? Tarot and T. Tarot and T. Pegasus. I'm just super curious where they post about this. I'm Twitch view more. Terra. One by time, one by one. Oh, what will the class answer on Thursday? Okay. Though Celine also hosts her own talk show known as Tarot and Tea. She's always where some witchy and good times always occur. That's not all you're in for if you're joining the herd, though. Celine also hosts her own talk show known as Tarot and Tea, where some witchy vibes and good times always occur. I hope you guys can pop by for some Tarot Tea, kind of fun. You tune into one of these episodes live, you'll be able to catch fun banter, tarot card readings, chaotic fun. That's not all you're in for if you're joining the herd, though. Celine also hosts her own talk show known as Tarot and Tea, where some witchy vibes and good times always occur. If you tune into one of these episodes live, you'll be able to catch some fun banter, tarot card reading, and chaotic fun. From her own show to gaming to even hi, Taylor. Her own show, playing games with friends. From her own show, playing games with friends to just hanging out. Celine has fun-filled in the books for us. Cool. I think that's good. Oh, my brain! I should make a sound alert happen when that happens. Thank you for the check-in. You're sweet. The definition of it, actually. Okay, I think I got everything for that. I just have to read this one more time. When Pegasus popped into my... I guess I have no vibes today. Did they run out? They might have ran out. There's only 6 of them a day. They're kind of first come, first serve kind of things, you know? Do I have to make it so everyone can get their vibes sniffed? It's kind of a first come first serve thing, but maybe I kind of feel bad now because everyone kind of does them in tandem. I've been so starstruck recently. Kind of had to do. Shower them with all the love I can. Okay. All of that is written. Can I do Fishmas? Is Fishmas a thing? I'm gonna check again if I can do Fishmas. Please. Nope. Okay. Just waiting. Just be waiting. Okay. Music, subtitles. The script has been written. Edit labels. No, I think that's actually right. Elaine's brain is dying. Save. I think it's time to record my scripts. What else do I need to do today? I think I did this to archive backup needle team. Okay, that's that. Okay. So I need to do stuff for Enshrined. Which means boop, 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 boop. Layout Rune Drakden puppy. Look over Excel sheet for tomorrow. And then what else do I have to do today? Record scripts. Create December beans. I think we have... Do we pick them all yet? I don't think we picked them all. Stream avatars. What's this one? Set 3. We have all these ones done. Who do we want to do for Christmas, though? Did I ever pick? I don't know if I picked. I think it's in here. I think we picked last week. Okay. Okay, I don't think it's in this one. I think it might be in this one. Yeah, it's in this one. Okay. Oh, is this what I picked? Fuck. Because that means I have to make 5. And honestly, fuck. Okay. I made a small whoopsie. This needs to be current month list. As I at the bottom, I was like, thank you. There you guys. And the next month will be these guys. Yeah. I like that because I feel like they're more New Year's. They're more New Year's themed in my brain. And then I have to make this red. Okay. This is gonna freak me out if that is underlined. Current month list, next month list. Next Halloween, we're gonna adjunct you over there. Ah! Okay. I didn't realize I had somebody to make. Pitter pat, big nose, bug. And then Santa and Krampus. Then what else? Is there anything else I have to do for today? Arena. I feel like I'm forgetting something and it's freaking me out a little bit. I'm gonna close this for now. Chord scripts, create December beans. Layout, enshrined, rune direct and stuff. I think that's everything. I want to end stream by making the beans. So it's whether I want to take a break and do enshrine stuff or I just want to finish off doing the scripts. I have to update the subcharms too. Let me do that really quick. Community? No. Affiliate? No. No. Hold on. I don't dox myself. Oh, here it is. Nope, not that one. Download this one. Yep. Save. I guess that works. No, it doesn't. CSV viewer. Stoof done. Stream tools. Okay, cool. Nope, it's in here. Can I sort these? Duplicate. I think I should take this. Copy this. Boop. Username. This is when? When? Okay. Date. This one doesn't matter as much though. Tier. Current tier. Tenure. Streak. Subtype. Subtype. Founder. Okay. And then I reset this. Does this have conditional formatting on it? It does. Okay. Okay, there you go. I look for you. Is text. Text is exactly tier 1 is green. Now I know why that does that. And another text is exactly tier 2, tier 3, and then remove conditional formatting from this. Green, red, and blue. Red and blue. I don't want this to be green, I want it to be yellow. Okay. And then this is data create filter. 10-year streak. Okay. And then what boys, no new things. I think we have Pocky. This is a gift. I think we do this one and then this one. Oh boys, no new things. I think we remove gifts. And then Jester. Hello, Princess Buttercup. How you doing? Okay, we got Jester. Always have Rainer. I'm pretty sure we have Rainer. Rainer. Fruit bat. Yep. That's your feelers in a newer girl me. Do we have Moon? Oh, we have Moon. Oh, I think I spelled their name wrong. That's why. Arc. I think Arc's a new one. Lewd Lemon. This one I have to fix. I'm good. Your project's going well today? They are. I was a little nervous earlier because doing a new stream setup where I'm streaming off my laptop but still working off my computer. So I was a little bit nervous, but I think we're going good. And Buster and Vex, yeah, I think they're all good. And then this one, and then these two. Sounds scary. Glad it's working. Thank you. Me too. Me too. Wait, I think I highlighted those because those were new. I think that's why I did that. Okay. So we checked that out. So November's is done and checked because we removed it all the gift subs because gift subs don't count, but primes and reoccurring do. Prime. Yep. Okay, cool. I wish, Oliver, that you have the most wonderfulest day today and every day that you live, and that someday, in a safe way, where you won't get hurt, you'll get to meet the dinosaur that you've always wanted to meet. And that you can have one as a pet if that's what you desire, because I think that would be kind of cool. Okay. My heart. Alright, let's look at Enshrined stuff now. Need publisher lore. Oh, I have to make new stat blocks. Fuck. I don't want to, but I will. Runedract and Whelp. I do have one. His name is Rex. He's a green-cheeked Connor. What? What? Is that a burb? Burbs are dinosaurs. Technically. In my brain. Shrine, playtest. Gotta wait for him to spin up. Yeah! Coat! Coat! How old are they? How old is Rex? Yes, all birds are dinosaurs. Fuck yeah. Okay. Oh god, I have to do math. Fair. I have a Brenchy Conor before. They're great friends. Cute. Okay, so I'm going to file save as playtest bestiary rune Dracton whelp. Okay, rune Dracton whelp. Remove. What's happening here? Delete. Okay. I think we have this in here, actually. Seven, damn, that's amazing. That is a dinosaur. Well, I hope that they have an amazing life. Forever! You have to clean up their poop forever! Forever. This one. What's interesting about this song, actually, there's a real quick thing, is, so this song talks about Saskatchewan, which is very interesting because it's where my boss is from. And, I told my boss about it, and he's like, why the fuck would you want to live in Saskatchewan? Because it's not that cool. It's not that great. It gets very cold over there. Just another day. I think I kind of want this one instead. Copy image. This one instead. And he's gonna get older if I play my cards right. He'll last me about 23 years. That's like me with my cat, dude. On God, that is like me with my cat. I'm like, listen, you are my first cat. My cat Moira is like my first cat, and I'm like, listen, you gotta age out to like 30, bruh. You gotta age out to like 30. You gotta meet the grandkids. That's my whole like, she cannot. I wouldn't say I'm like the best cat mom of like I don't give her like organic food or whatever, but like I'm a pretty damn good mom. So she's gotta live for like 20,000 more years, you know? God, so I know. They should just have lifespans as long as us, but they don't. Which makes me sad, but whatever. God, she's got away. This curve needs to come out this way. Cancellation and a stat block. This one will go here. This turns on. Fire strike. Alright. I actually really enjoy doing this. For those of you who don't know what I am making a stat page for a D&D monster for Enshrined. It's really cool. If you guys don't know, if you guys haven't checked it out, you should. It's gonna... Okay, it's fine. It's fine, because this is how it is in here. Will it fit? Oh my god, this means it should fit. Which makes me happy. Yippee! It'll fit. Ooh, that's so cool. Yeah. We recently had a Kickstarter for it that went pretty well. We're slowly gonna go into... I don't know if this will fit. I don't know if this will fit in a vertical stat block. I have to open another thing. Color test. Nice and glad it went well. Thank you. We didn't make as much as we were hoping, but the way the world goes sometimes, you know? I'm a little confused where this file is. Because I had to back this up so many times. Things got out of order. Shit. Resources. Crafting preview. That should be in here. Is it this one? Okay, well, let me see. That is unfortunate and not really what I wanted to see. But let me see if I have it in here. PDF. Shrine stat sheet PDF images. PDF. Packages. Nope. I need the names. Crafting system, playtest. Doesn't have a template? I could go to an older mock-up, and that should have it at the end. No. About 7. Actually, you know what would have it, actually? PVBC appendix, the appendix. I want to come back to ACDC. Because this isn't going to have it. What's wrong one? Yeah, this one doesn't have it, and then this one's not going to have the vertical format either. No, it's not. Okay, cool. Vertical stat block. Okay, let me make a new template. File, save, project as. Enshrined playtest, packages, enshrined. Template. So, really just want this end bit. I had 2 pages of end bits, but that's alright. Is non-existent. And then delete. Okay. So now I have this page and then this page, and then I need the vertical, this one. We'll just take this one. And then can I take you? I can't fit them on one page. Okay, that's fine. I think those are the only ones we need. I just save that guy. I'm gonna take this guy. I'm gonna put him here. Call this stat block. Bring this down. We take this guy. We bring him in. Background. Unlock the background. Stop it. There we go. I want to give this a little bit more breathing room. I think. Hi, Sino! I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Sorry, I had to. I hope you're doing well, though. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a great day in your Australia time zone. Which I think that is the time zone you're in. If not, I'm sorry. But I adore ya. Small monstrosity, unaligned. They are the same. I'm Eastern. EST? Really? Well, I hope EST. I hope you're a Scoob. You're Goob. Time zone Goob. You're 2 hours ahead of me. It's cold now. It is cold. It is cold. You got that heater running? Got that heater running? I have a heated blanket. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yes. Good, 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 good. Feet, strength. 15 plus 2. Dexterity is 7 minus 2. Minus 2. 13 plus 1. 2 minus 4. 6 minus 2. 6 minus 2. But are you excited for the holiday season? I hope you are, Sienna. I like being excited for holiday seasons. Skills. It has none. Okay. Senses. Fire sight 15 feet. We didn't do feet originally, right? Senses. No, we did. Okay. This is null, so we'll tap that out. Languages. Understands primordial. Cannot speak it. Challenge rating 1. XP of 200. Proficiency bonus of +2. Traits brittle skull. Oh, this one, this one, this one, this one. Ooh. Whoops. I wanted this section. There we go. And then actions will turn off, and it doesn't have any reactions, right? Harvest list. Interesting. Well, we could make this smaller. Like that. I do that. And then I could bring this mouse down a bit. Same with this guy. We could bring him down a bit. And then we could kind of fit him if we wanted to, like, in it. I think maybe fitting him in it might be cooler. Get that. Let me grab this guy. This guy. Let me just actually crop this. There we go. Being badooped. For why? I don't. Noises make me feel weird. Notifications make my brain feel off. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, wasn't an ad. You're good. Hope you're excited for the Christmas season. I hope you're doing well, though. Sorry, I don't mean to yawn. My bad. Got what you need, baby. Eyes on me. I am. I'm glad. Let's see. One of you have it, don't you? I feel like this has the effect I'm looking for, so I'm gonna grab you, put you on you, and then remove you. There we go. What's your favorite part, so you know, about Krima? About the season of giving. What is your favorite? Nog. Understandable. Okay. Can I select? Oh no, it'd have to be in this version. Would it? How do I... But rasterize, right? And then turn these off. Rasterize. Can I select the pixels? No. Doing stuff with friends. Doing stuff with friends is always fun. Why can't I select them? Fuck, okay. I really want to select this. Oh my god, the song, don't you love it? Isn't it a great song? When you behind. Fuck. What do I want to do about this? I know what to do about this. Gone. Boop. Boop, boop. Let me place the butterfly in. Let me move this guy. Just kind of want to show him off a little bit more. And then we're gonna crop him, chat. We're gonna crop him because I have this idea in my head. Ooh, okay. That's not exactly gonna work the way I want it to, so we're just gonna have to lay it on top. Boop. Kind of don't want it to be so high though. Yeah. There we go. I like that more. Yeah. That looks good. I could bring it down a bit more. Well, probably not actually, because this is probably going to have to go about here. And then let's turn actions, reactions, and tactics off. Let's turn this curve off. And then trades, fire site. Aiding. Yeah, it's a space, okay. Enter, enter, boop. Control B, oh, Control I. Specification. And actions. Which I think if oops. If brain is correct. This. Nope. Wait, it would be for here though. And then this curve would reappear. And then be dragged down into here. And then we would bring in actions. Byte. Suffocating. And then do we make byte? Interesting. Okay. Okay. Alright, it's byte. Don't know how I'm gonna do that, but you know, we'll figure it out. Latched. Uncontrolled strength. And then this one. Controlled strength, control B, uncontrolled strength, this one. So byte. There we go. We take the background, we bring it down. Oh, and then we gotta call this room dragged and whelp. Room dragged and whelp. Let's make this bottom part shorter. And then we remove. Look. First hand. Speaking of hand, Wayne has another idea. I'm unglued. For about an hour. Boop. That's kind of cool. Then we do this guy. I gotta get the harvest list from here. So I don't think there's a lot you can harvest off the baby. It fucking hates me. Okay, let's get that part done first. Sense of loss. Malformed fragment. Stone scale, pit organ nerve, 1D. 1D4. Forget 1D4. Then 1. Oops. 1. Oops, that's a Q. Oops. 1, 18, 18, 15, 21. 18, 18, 15, 21. Mind, divine. Mind, divine, elemental, sensory. 3, 1, 0, 2. 1, 0, 2. 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. 5 minutes. 30 minutes. Okay. Now I gotta organize this way better. Cool. My favorite part. Okay, so this part, this part, this part, lock this part, this part, this part, this part, this part. So we'll lock this part, and this part can fit honestly here better. And then this one here. Then the chapter wouldn't have to be so high up. And then these two? Nope. These two could come here. And then I really want to edit this. So this one can go here. I think this should go here. Arrangement. And then I don't know if I can squish this maybe to remove this. What if I made circle? Can we do the circle invertedly? No. Okay, what about that? Okay. Well then, let's do this way. Uh, Convert to curves. There we go. And then Elaine Wonda's a new question, which is whether she cuts it here. I feel like where it was kind of good, and then the fairy coming out was cool. Chapter feels a little low though now if I look at it. This is in the wrong spot. Just bring this up just a little bit more. I want these to be equal. Delete page. Okie dokie. Save. Close this guy, file, export. Save. And then go here, and then go. And drag then whelp one page. Okay. And now I gotta look at the Excel sheet. Wrong link. Hi, Moon. Excel sheet makes me weep. Weep. I don't know how to spell weep. Lanes asset list. Weep. Yeah, I didn't know how to spell weep. I put W-E-A-P and I'm like, that's not right. Delete columns. My eyes are gonna go fucking blind. Let's get this one. And then we lock this guy. We're gonna make him black because I like making him black. We're going to make the title this one. No, it's too girly. Very tired, go to bed, stop by to say hi and keep my streak. Love y'all. Love you, Moon. Love you, Moon. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Weapons bold. Make it darker. Make this like 2 times bigger. I'm sorry about your streak, Star. I don't know what happened. Progress. Item, brainstorming, lore, mechanical layout, deadline. This should be a date. Why is this not a date? Thank you for the hug. What is this? Whip. This is disgusting. It started, should be at the top. Whip finished. Whip finish. Need a review. Purple. Oh my god. Yes. Yes.
I would say the only thing that Artie was like pretty firm about is like he wants the progress thing to be on the left side. So
That's fine. That's fine. Other than this flashbang of a monster that you showed me. Yeah, with a copy of asset list, copy of our assets and our assets. What is this? Gross.
I just made a copy of it.
Gross.
So that you didn't delete the original.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have. I would have overwritten the original, you goober.
Okay, well, you can delete the copies then.
Tranche 1. What does this mean? Tranche 1.
Oh, we're gonna change the word, but it's just like step 1, essentially. Like things we're gonna do first, things we're gonna do second, things we're gonna do third. It's just kind of like a long-term workflow of things. Like we have to establish the world lore before.
Yeah,
we-
priority 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. Priority 1, priority 2, priority 3.
Spend the first 3 months doing this, the next year doing this, the next 8 months doing that.
Okay. You guys make my brain so sad. What are you laughing about there, fool?
Just like, you are the expert in this stuff. That's why we put the necessary information down and then ask for help.
Don whip no? What does no mean? Does that mean not started?
No, because I guess it would be like none and not started. I guess.
Yeah, this is so whenever I do these dash lines and it's gray, that means it's null.
Okay.
That means there's nothing there yet.
Yeah, so I guess like not started.
Wow, why you have not started then?
Well, so progress. So
Drive me up the wall. Yeah. Yeah. What does this mean? I guess it doesn't matter for me.
yeah, that's like quality level, A level, B level, C level.
That should be quality, art quality.
So it was like, does it require art, and then like what level is it? So it's like, if it requires art, then it's A, B, or C. If it doesn't require art, then listen. Artie wanted to put the progress as the background behind the thing. I said no.
What do you mean background? What do you mean
He wanted
background?
to change the background color to represent the progress of the drop down.
You even think the thing I already did?
No, he wanted these to be combined into one thing where the background color was different from the thing color.
I don't know. You guys are driving me nuts. You guys are driving me nuts. Okay, so art. Okay, this should be 2 different columns. Art. Yes, no. Quality. And then this is A, B, C, D. Edit. Review. That means like it hasn't been graded yet. And then yes, no, maybe. There. Is that good?
Quality level. assign essentially like how much time do you want to spend on this piece, and then it's like A, B, or C level.
Okay.
It's not like how good the piece is. It's like how much time do you want to spend on it.
Shouldn't this be then rendered sketch, like line art sketch then? Wouldn't that be better?
It slightly depends on the subject matter. So like a C level prop is going to be different from a C level character. So we don't want to go too specific with like what we list.
Okay, okay, okay. Lane, are you team goat or arson? What is this in context for? Okay, so then are we good with this?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, yes, maybe no. The Yule goat? The Yule goat. Yule goat? I don't know, I feel like arson. I don't know, the goat's kind of cute though. Oh, what? Oh, are we talking about whether I'm burning the goat? Or keeping the goat? Burning the goat, probably. Probably. Okay. Delete this and I'll fucking kill you?
There was a spreadsheet that got deleted previously.
Oh, you know, the tiers?
Yeah, the tiers.
Okay. Okay, so
So
progress.
he's like, what do we name this? And it's like, asset list seems like the best name. He's like, I have a better name.
Then this should be progress, should be brainstorming lore, mechanics, layout, art, and then finish, wouldn't it? Because at a glance, what stage is it at? And then it'd be like, oh, well, we're brainstorming it. Or, oh, it needs lore, or it needs mechanics, or it needs, like...
We want these separately because, like...
No, you can still keep these.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, like, this is an overview on what the progress is.
I think we would kind of want to keep that one simple. Like, I think keeping it...
Okay, because these are all the same.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you see the thing I posted?
The rune drafting?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty slick. I didn't, like, look super closely. I was just starting to
Okay,
look
cool.
closer at it, and then I wanted to talk to you about this.
Okay, so maybe priority go here instead. Otherwise, I think it might get a little too mixed up with copy and pasting of progress. And then if you do... I guess item is fine. Biomes. The Yule goat. I would learn that you can go to beach. Biome beach. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Oh, I don't like it though.
You can make it bigger, that box.
No, it's just like I'd rather it look like biomes, right? Biomes, and then beach, and then whatever, like kind of like that tiered. But I don't think we're gonna be able to do that.
You could, but in a way that would be upsetting, I think.
Yeah, I can bold it. Just don't italicize it. I don't like the italicized. Oh, you guys make no sense. Why are something out? Why? Okay, biomes, swamp, forest, and then you have creatures.
Because the biomes, like each of the biomes has creatures in it, so it's like part of the things we're listing in each of the
Okay.
But then after the biomes, because some of them we already have creatures for, others we just have X creatures. So I'd say like here, after the mountains, it's kind of like other creatures. Because these creatures go in that biome.
Why'd you put dashes in front of everything? You gotta stop blaming RD. You are both in trouble. This is like a brother situation. One brother gets in trouble, both brothers are in trouble. You can't just cop out and be like, oh, I already did it. That's why it's like this. You were there. You saw this crime happen.
What's wrong with the dashes?
Because then you have to type it for all of them. Just make it simple. Cause like, look, for some of them you're dashing it, and some of them you're not. So just don't. So you're never gonna want, just to be sure, you're never gonna want to tag these as plant versus creature.
Fundamentally, they're both still creatures.
Okay, alright. Just making sure.
Like, they're all still creatures. It's just like, you know, how some things are monstrosity versus fiend versus human. Plant is still creature, fundamentally.
Oops. Then plains. Then mountains. Okay, and then subcategory is that. Those kids stay like that. Insert one above. Insert row below. Are you trying to push this up here as an example, or as like this is one that we have done, so everything that gets done gets put up here?
It was just an example, so we just took the one that we just did, and then did like, what do we need here? So this is just an example.
Okay.
I did have a question. This is something that you did with the mock-up one. Does like the doc link art link thing make sense on this page, or would you like
That's fine.
split it?
Combining and splitting things makes it hard. So for example, I'm just gonna duplicate this. Let's say these 5 are finished or whatever, and then these 5 are like whatever, right? And then you take the sheet and you could do data, create filter, and then you could sort it by Z to A. Oh, I know these are whips. But if any of these are combined, you can't do this. Like doing it like this won't work.
Ooh, what do you mean combine?
So if I did, like, let's say I want beach to be these 2, and then now the bottom part is the link, and the top part is the deadline.
Oh, then it gets fucky.
Yeah, then it can't sort because of that.
Oh, okay. I didn't even think about that. I meant more like.
It helps compact things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Together, really last forever. Do wardens belong in mountains or no?
No, so that's what I was saying. That becomes like other creatures.
Insert row below. Other creatures. Oh, you guys are gonna make me fight you. I begin to wonder why. Okay, and then I'm guessing build your own plant section is something separate as well?
Yeah.
Build a plant. Player options. Wrong one. Subclasses. Why is Fate Runner bolded?
Because it's not a subclass, it's a class. But we don't have like a whole bunch of classes.
That's fine. You still gotta separate it. Class. This is just a class, right?
Yeah. One class.
Insert one row above. Remove. Insert one row above. This is player options. And then center. Oops. This should be like this. And then if we really need it, just extend it. What is this? SOI?
Scholars of Affinity.
Okay, so now are we going into these
Those
are the
like playable races.
these ones? Okay. And then feats. Player races. Feats. Spells and civilizations. Above. These are all player options still, correct?
Up until civilizations.
Civilizations is something. Okay. Civilizations.
Oh wait. What the fuck?
You copied this in here. Let's make sure. Yeah. Sorry. Excel sheet's very flashbangy. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right.
And then crafting system. They're each one thing?
Yeah, those are each their own thing.
Okay. Then, so runner above. And then it's runner above items. Okay, so this is the crafting system. Oops. Alchemy system. Creed mock. Assembly system. Items. I let those be next to each other, right? Yes. Okay. Cities and towns. Boss fights. Adventure modules. There. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. I'm gonna take these guys, put them there. I will null them all. Doot. I think it's very funny that you told me not to look at this today, but the moment that I saw it, I was like, mm-mm. There you go. And then we can remove it for the rows that don't have it. Do you want me to distinct these rows more or no?
Like, how do you mean?
Also, do these need works? I guess they do. Or is it wardens and then court? Because, like, Flintbeak's fencing Flintbeak, so this wouldn't need it either, right? This wouldn't need a whip status, because that's what this lower tier is for, right?
Yes. Yeah, I guess for those that have it, we can always add it back if we need it. But I think you're right.
Beach. It's fine. Swamp's fine. This doesn't need it. This one. Plains can have it. One's can have it. This doesn't need it. Fully ouched ecosystem. And spells. Oh no, that can stay. That can stay, and that can stay, except for this row, and this row. So what I meant by splitting it up in more groups is, for example, having this have like boop, boop, like that. I don't know if those would help at all.
Could you show me that one more time?
Here, let's do it this way. Let's do feats. I usually do it. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, that might be nice.
Okay.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Boop. Wait. Oh yeah, Elena's confusing herself. Oh fuck. Okay. Not uncommon. Fuck. Nope. I did this wrong. Okay, well if that's it, you don't have to like stand here. You can just. Oh, you're fine. I just didn't. I just thought you were anxiety waiting behind me. And I was like, Ardeo Tai.
Yeah, they just want to talk tomorrow, and Gray's working, and Mom can't help her, which could mean many things. Oh, okay.
Poor Bean.
So they just made some time to talk.
Busy body. Now when's Gray wouldn't want to talk?
They still haven't told me that they can't make it.
What do you mean? Then how do you know they can't make it?
Sarah told me that Gray told them.
Okay. We should not say anything.
Yeah.
And then when they inevitably don't get here, we'll be like, where are you? And they'll be like, what do you mean? We'll be like, aren't you coming?
Yeah, basically. Did you get the... Okay. I just wanted to make sure he was still over there.
He's so far away, though.
I don't know. So I was actually, what I was trying to ask earlier is like, is this a better way of doing this? Or is this fine?
This is fine. Like, so you just put the link in there, and then now if you put like another link, they're not going to go over each other.
Okay.
It's just kind of hidden. So you know there's one link in the two links. Oh, okay. Thank you for the...
Is this giving Scrum Master flashbacks?
Not as bad because I have more control over it. Like, this is like a bare bones. Like, I'm doing it from the beginning. Now, I will get flashbacks if you guys decide not to stick with this and be like, why the fuck are we so disorganized? And then I'll stare into the oblivion that is my soul.
I'd like to say I'm doing my best. Artie was like, do we just want to do this in like a Google Doc? And I was like, please God, no. So, you know.
Okay, next question. So, these are like categories, right? Would you need beach art?
That is a possibility.
Okay, okay, then we'll keep that.
Because you might be like biome art.
Need review, not start. I'm just making sure these are as long as they need to be. Okay. Okay.
It's like I'll fuck with the drop down menus.
Or it shouldn't. In which case, can I this sheet? Actually, specific range. Don't do the thing. Do the thing. Don't wussy out. Oh. Aha. Okay. Okay, do you want another bare bones one? Because this is asset list.
So.
Because you have an art list.
So, because there are some specific things. So I think you can probably kind of just copy it over that.
Okay, hold on. Start with like 3 for categories. Whoops. Delete rows. Do what you want to. What you want to be. What you want. Yeah, I like that more. Which means I have to fix it for the other shit. It's fine. Go away. Just want to fix that there. Insert.
Question, are you hungry now or would you like to wait till after stream?
I don't know. Because I like eating dinner with you and watching stuff, but at the same time, I don't want to make you wait if you're hungry.
No, it was more just like.
What does class mean?
That's the ABC. So I probably should have told you to put class's name on the other things. That would have made a lot of sense.
It's fine. It can just be quality. Thumbnails. Thumbnails. Sketches. Line art. Now that I don't have OBS on this, I get Discord alerts and it scares the shit out of me. Deadline. Deadline. Where'd the word deadline go? Did I not have that on this one? No, I did. Rendered deadline. Deadline. What does deadline approved mean?
Whether or not Saba thinks it's a reasonable deadline.
Okay, then we'll just do this insert checkbox. Eat. Insert checkbox. So if he likes it, he can check it. If he doesn't like it, he can leave it unchecked. Art link. Deep, 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 deep. There.
Could we do a drop down for the approved or not? That way it's clearer if he specifically doesn't like it.
Insert drop down. Add. Good to here we'll do this. Hi Compact. Also I think Compact sent me the money to buy the pattern. So
Crazy.
I'll probably make it anyway regardless.
Crazy.
But I just want to make sure that we can maybe get it for you guys for Christmas. What? What? Oh, I guess I could just put an X. That's a C. And then null. Good. Bad. Done. Apply to all. Oh, stop. Okay, there. Like an animal. There. Now, if he likes it, it'll be good. If he doesn't like it, it'll be red. Yep. Hide. Hide from my eyeballs. Hide from my eyeballs in case for some unholy reason you guys want to use it again. There.
Just in case it comes up, and also I didn't know you could do that. How do you unhide a sheet?
I thought you'd be like, if for some reason we did want to use the old ones instead of yours, I thought you were going to word it like that, and I was going to be like,
That's not what I meant. I didn't know how to.
fair. Hide from my eyeballs? Yeah, because they make monstrous, autistic, not friendly Excel sheets. Because neither of my bosses are autistic, so they don't exactly understand how to make Excel sheets. And their Excel sheets are fucking hideous. So I needed them to leave my space and not be in my eyeballs. Okie dokie. Don't save, close, layout for room directing, look over Excel sheet. I did it. Instead of looking it over, I did it. Okay, now we can record scripts. Script time. You guys maybe don't know how to make good looking tables. That makes my tism so sad. It makes my tism so sad. Alright, I need this. The code cannot run because Unity player was not found. What do you mean? What do you mean? Recording studio. Recording studio. What do you mean? I have to launch this. Oh, I have to do this way, don't I? Browse local files. Start without Steam back. Compress to. Show more options. Send to desktop. And then properties. Change icon. Choose specify browse. I'm presuming that this one has an icon. Okay. YouTube Studio. Jut different? What do you mean jut different? And now I need to open comment, P-Bridger. Show more. Oh, nope. Send to desktop. Show more properties. I made an awesome Excel sheet once for my Lego Mindstorm robots, which I had a copy of it. I wish you had a copy of it too. But it's okay. We make bigger and better as we grow, you know? V-Bridger. Okay. So I removed these two. And I open them over here. Yes. This one. This one. Content. This guy. You everything with arms wide open. My soul. You don't have any extra plugs in here, do you? No, you don't. Okay, cool. Later, first you had a list of different robots with pics, and you click on the pic, which led you to the robot sheet with all different parts. And is it? Whoa, that's fucking cool. Ooh, fuck. Ooh, fuck, chat. I don't have that in there, do I? No, I deleted it yesterday. Fuck. How do I want to fix that? I don't know how I want to fix it. I'm not open VBridger yet. Yes. Okay, so I have to disappear from here. And now I'm stuck in this tiny screen. Connect. Oh wait, I have to disconnect. Yeah. And then yeah. And then it's connected there. And now that it's connected there, it can connect here. But now that that's connected there, I need to connect this VTube Studio. Because my VTuber's not on the screen anymore, it makes me very nervous. This one. Oh, right. And then I have to switch this to this. Switch. Okay. That made me question something, but I don't know. Can I trigger a hockey from the Stream Deck with... I don't think I can. Position. Recording. How can I see my position? Oh wait, maybe I can make a new one. Move model. Oh, this is gonna be fun. The other way I could do this is doing it like this. Streaming assets, downloads, Lane 3.0, Live 2D versions, extract this one, this one, just so that way you know it's different. Live 2D models, this one. Tower alone on the sea, you became. Where's the recording? Okay, I have an idea. Okay. And I add, no, I add an image to this guy. No, I don't, because this is, hold on. This is not full screen. Okay. Save. Okay, okay. Pictures. Sort by date. Okay. Let me do that. I go back to here. Now that your rose is in bloom. Okay. Now I have to somehow get this version of me to line up with this version, which What? Okay. I think that's same. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Recording. Oh. Okay. Whoop. Now you're good. And you're good. And now I just need to do the do. All right. Okay. The swamps get a little quirky at night, so don't be alarmed when our goofy and definitely trustworthy swamp monster, Kiwi Sagas, arrives. I'll do that one more time. The swamp gets a little quirky at night, so don't be alarmed. Ooh. There's something else that I'm realizing. Stop recording. Invert X, I think. Okay. Okay, that's not the one I want. He's done. X? No. Nope. Wait, is it? I think it's reverse Z. Yeah, it is. Cool. Okay. The only reason I should have this open is when I'm recording TikTok. So. The swamp gets a little quirky at night, so don't be alarmed when our goofy and definitely trustworthy swamp monster, Kiwi Saga, arrives. Kiwi is an eldritch being that picked up a mannequin to have a more friendly face for our viewers. However, as I'm sure you realize, that's not all she picked up. Kiwi has a talent and an arm, not only for creating goobers, but also amazing and detailed illustrations. She even created the art and rig for her gorgeous live 2D model. I want to make sure that that looks okay, because it's bugging me that I don't know whether that looks okay or not. Video editing, dupe. Street. Nope. Video editing resources, dupe. Video segments. Whoop. I feel like I should put BLT in my seat. Hold on. Where's BLT? Oh, it's because I am there. Oh. Can I have VBridger connected to multiple things? I don't think so. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, why are you this shape? You should not be this shape. This is a terrible shape. Why are you this shape? Where did you go? Where'd my Da Vinci go? Why are you this small? What is happening? Okay, I guess it's just gonna be that size, even though I don't like it to be that size. I guess I don't really have a choice. It doesn't make me happy. Whatever. Oh, I should make sure. I think it's fine. Oh, that's mucho bad. Okay, that's fine then. V highlight, go up, go up. You sure I can't just stretch you out a little bit? Fuck! Look that up. Da Vinci resize moves. Project window. So I gotta make it smaller. No, don't leave. Let's see, Da Vinci resolve project window moving instead of resizing. It's gonna get smuggy. Please go back. Please go back. Please go back. Please. Please go back. Ah. Display scaling. 100. 100. Yeah. Basically minimizing the window maxify, however, a little smaller. Project viewer preventing Da Vinci project viewer from scaling. Resize weapon resize more effect and workaround is to uncheck optimize UI. Project window stuck. Alright, what if I did... Oh, I can't. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. Did you know? This is just our life from now on, I guess. What if I, like... Nope. Okay. Ooh, I can make it longer. I can make it longer. Okay. I can work with that. I can work with longer, I think. Still makes me a little upset, but I can work with longer. Did you know 26? Oh, our tips is other. Over by fonts me. It's ensuring that okay. Other 5 in shine. Okay. Roll for fun. Okay. I knew I was missing them, but I wasn't sure. Okie dokie, V highlight. What? It's not responding. What? What is happening with my computer right now? If I wanna be a mister. Okay. Seems okay now. Say project as. This one, this one. Let's see. Okay, if this one is good, then I'll just trust it for the rest of them, I think. What is the solo only one? Solo only? Wavelength monitor. Wavelength stream. Devil who's looking for redemption. I had to close things. Too many things open. Monitor. Yeah, so this should go to ignore for me, and then this. Okay. I will fix that part later, because I'm gonna get too sidetracked. Okay. What was the last thing I was saying for this? Okay. Not only can you watch this lovely eldritch artist create her works of art on stream, but also much, much more. Kiwi is a goober at heart, so you know everything she creates will have a spin of her own, whether it's playing some horror games or chilling with games like Bunny Garden. Kiwi is a very kind and entertaining VTuber, so I highly suggest you lurk your way over to her chat sometime. And don't be afraid to jump on into the tar pits and check out their wonderfully creative and talented socials. And don't be afraid to jump on into the tar pits and check out the wonderfully creative and talented Kiwi on her socials. Okay. Boop. Boop. Okay, I'm just gonna try to get all of them recorded, I think. I have realized a problem, but it'll be okay. Down, and then Eclipse glasses. What's left? And then I need my bangs. Meh. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. And then boop. Boop. Okay. Welcome all to the Cloud Herd, where you'll be entertained and kept comfy cozy by the wonderful Pegasus VTuber Celine. This 18+ space will nurture you in all the right ways. Celine specializes in hanging out with friends, Pokemon, TCG, and ASMR content. That's not all you're in for if you're joining the herd, though. Celine also hosts her own talk show known as Terra and Tea, where some witchy vibes and good times always occur. If you tune into one of these episodes live, you'll be able to catch some fun banter, tarot card readings, and chaotic fun. From her own show to playing games to just hanging out, Celine always has something fun-filled in the books for us. From her own show to playing games with friends to just hanging out, Celine always has something fun-filled in the books for us. I adore the nurturing nature of any human, let alone one as lovely as Celine, so be sure to give her and her artists love on all their socials. Okay, not bad. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. I need to undo that one because I didn't mean to have that one. Boop. You guys didn't see nothing. You guys never know when to see nothing. Cleared. Boop. Okay. You know. Your bones are currently very wet. I'm sorry if that statement made you uncomfy. Chat made me learn about it, so I want to enlighten you on the facts about bones. Despite the saying bone dry, bones that are currently in use in a skeletal system are actually wet. They are surrounded by muscles and veins and contain spongy marrow, along with pathways for blood cells to pass through. They are surrounded by muscles and veins and contain smudging marrow, along with pathways for blood cells, so they are soaked. I think the statement makes us self-aware of our own bodies and how they function, so while the statement is true, it's weird to think about. Not to mention, most of the time we witness bones in social media, entertainment, or otherwise, we often... Not to mention, most of the time we witness... I think the statement makes us feel self-aware of our own bodies and how they function, so while the statement is true, it's weird to think about. Not to mention, most of the time that we witness bones in social media, entertainment, or otherwise, we often see it outside of its normal habitat, like the skeleton you examined in your biology class in high school, or maybe the ones in your closet. I personally enjoy these types of weird facts and reading more into them. Do you have any weird fun facts that you'd like to say to weird people out? I think that's good. Okay, that works. When the cursed rain falls, mimesis? When the cursed rain falls, mimices appear, perfectly imitating your teammates, bringing a new level of tension you've never experienced before. Mimesis is a 4-player co-op survival game that brings unpredictable challenges with ever-changing... Mimesis is a 4-player co-op survival game that brings unpredictable challenges with ever-changing maps, evolving threats, and unpredictable scenarios. Mechanics like this will ensure every run is a fresh and terrifying experience. With a variety of terrifying monsters, goofy loot, and upgradable tram, what more could you ask for? Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creatures within will imitate your allies' voices and behaviors. Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creatures will imitate you and your allies' voices and behaviors. Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creature within will imitate you and your allies' voices. Perfecting the idea of mimics within games, the creatures within will imitate you and your allies' voices and even behaviors. Always doubt the person in front of you. This game released its early access version back in October, and I recently got to try it out with friends, and it's a blast. It's truly a fun mix between Repo. It's a truly fun mix between Repo and Lethal Company. If I had to compare it to other It's truly a fun mix between Repo and Lethal Company if I had to compare it to other horror/co-op games. So why not wishlist it or try it for yourself today? Okay, I'm hoping that those all are okay. I guess I could check. No, I want to return as quickly as I can. Okay. I hope I didn't remove that out of this one. I don't think I would have. TikTok layout. Done. I don't know what. Record. Hold on. There we go. Okay. This winter season is slowly approaching and Mariah Carey is defrosting. But that doesn't mean you can't turn up the heat. I also forget that I don't have. Downside, cheek map, wave all. Downside, wave all. I am many much. Oh, that's because I didn't go all the way up. Okay. Boop, done. Boop, done. Glasses. Boop, done. Derp. Done. Okay. Okay, there we go. This winter season is slowly approaching and Mariah Carey is defrosting, but that doesn't mean you can't turn up the heat like this little goober in their warm hoodie going overtime to make the cutest little biscuits. It's actually the first set of biscuits that their owner has got to witness. Speaking of biscuits, I'd love some as a gift, and with the season of gifts coming up, maybe you're stumped on what to get that quirky family member of yours. Well, why not get this fish? Why not get this fish crochet pattern from this amazing TikToker Brooke? Brooke has an Etsy under buff tart art. Brooke has an Etsy under buff tart art where you can get the pattern. Brooke has an Etsy under buff tart art where you can get the pattern and make something unique for those that you love this Christmas season. This Christmas season is also bringing us snow, and this Christmas season is also bringing us snow, and this TikToker Ross. This Christmas season also is bringing us snow, and this TikToker Ross. Okay. This Christmas season is also bringing us snow, and this TikToker Ross shows us some pretty neat places to have your final moments, or maybe have a cup of hot cocoa. What you do in the Winterland is up to do as you wish. Okay, hopefully that was all good. It's a hope and a prayer. I'm really worried about V-stars, but maybe it'll be okay. I go back over here and I connect. Oh, it's already connected? Oh, I guess so. And then I bring the model back. Okay. Don't disappear, 'cause tonight we've got... Is that this? Link clips. Yeah, I guess so. Uh, Why is it doing that? Fix it. Fix it. I fixed it. Cool. Wait, what? Smokes fly crazy. I'm in sicko mode, chat. Maybe do it like that because this was already long for some reason. I finished with 4. Jesus! Look at you. Look at you being a trooper. I feel like I said not only. Kind of have to like boost the audio of this. A little bit lower. I say not only a lot. I think I have to read. Thanks. Honestly, I just grind a chill game while listening to the audio. Fair. That actually seems kind of lax. Have you ever, be real with me, have you ever had a client where you're kind of like, I don't want to listen to this anymore? Be real with me. You don't have to tell me the names. I'm just curious. However, as I'm sure that's all she picked up. You guys are for creating goobers and amazing detailed illustrations. Same was farming on Franga for a bit, taking a break though. I hope it was fun. No, but the first bit of this one made me feel a little like that. Fair. Oh, no, wrong model. Wrong model. It's this model. And then I need to go over here. I need to disconnect really quick. Disconnect. Connect it over here. Okay. And then I didn't close it, did I? Nope. Use keyboard hotkeys. Oh. Alt R. Alt W. There we go. The rest is just Minecraft gameplay, like in an RP group, but there are bits where I cringe a bit. Fair, but would you cringe if I did it? Would you cringe if I did it? Nah, you're cool. No, you totally would, you goober. You totally would cringe if I did it. You don't gotta lie to me, but I appreciate you lying to me. I can't. I don't know what to do here. No, I wouldn't steal it. There was more because one of people was taking the leader role, kind of like a call. Was kind of, fair. Fair. Okay. Wait, one V Bridger? That made one? Wait. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I think this means that this V Bridger can control both. Yes. But the iPhone can only be connected to one, so. Chill a sec. Damn, fair. Fair. Okay. That means I only need one V Bridger open, which is nice. But if you do it different, I'll be down to scrub it. Nah, it'll be like a 5-hour Minecraft stream. I don't... 5-hour maximum, 3-hour probably minimum, dude. I don't think... Actually, I feel like it's more like 3-hour maximum. I don't know. I can't do things for a long time. I have to bounce between things. Me neither. Okay, so it is this one. Okay. So... However, as I'm sure you realize, that's not all she's picked up. Kiwi has a talent and an arm for creating goobers and amazing and detailed illustrations. Okay. Hopefully that works. I am. Hi, not yet dead red. Finally caught you on. The last time you caught me online. To be fair, the last time I was online, you were here. I wasn't online last week, on Friday, so. Okay, this one needs to go here. This is hard for my little tiny baby brain. Why you cry? Do not cry, not yet Red Dead. Dead Red. I love you. Do not be sad. How long you plan on streaming? Probably another hour or so, probably. It's okay, we'll be here tomorrow. Don't worry about it. Which time? What time zone are you? Tell me what time zone are you? I'll convert it for you. Okay, that's not bad. It's a little bit longer than I'm used to, but that's okay. GMT plus 3. 2 GMT plus 3. GMT plus 8. I want... What the fuck? I want plus 3. GMT minus 3. GMT plus... PST to GM3 plus... Okay. 2 p.m. Okay, so 1 a.m. the next day. So it'll be like 1 a.m. to... Oh, Jesus. 1 a.m. Oh, shit. 1 a.m. to 9 a.m. for you. Damn. I'm not in an optimal spot for GMT plus 3, am I? I guess if you're like a late bird and you're about to go to bed, I could tell you goodnight. Sad face. It's okay. That's how it is sometimes, though. I can't be a universal bead, but that's what VODs are for too. Okay, cool. Damn, then this will be the same as today. Yup. But it's okay. We're here every day, and you can just hang out for a little bit before you go to the gym and stuff. You know? I'll remember you, even if it's once a day. Do not worry. Do not worry your little self about it. I will remember. Bro, a pimple on my eyebrow is gonna piss me off. Boop, boop. Files, save project as. I'm worried about this one, but hopefully it'll be okay. I'm worried about all of them, but you know, we do what we gotta do. Wait, what? Yeah. Right, not this one. Not this guy. This one gets deleted. What about this guy? Yes, this was the right one. make sure these are correct. Is that where I normally sit in my... I feel like I'm sitting a bit low, but maybe that is where I sit in my videos. Oh, that's a PNG. Whoa! This is where the line is. That's where my head is. I'm a little bit lower, but it's okay. I get so lonely, words that I cannot say. Okay. Okay, I think that's all good. So now I can switch this back to USB based. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. I think that's okay. I'm kind of hungry. Chat. I will do that bit tomorrow then. So that means I gotta hurry my butt up if I want dinner. Use check, keeping you in check. Number two, but the boo, but the ba, be the ba da boo, be 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 be, be be do ba do be do ba. You give me a heart, now I'm here for your soul. I totally forgot what I was doing. I like zoned out for like 5 seconds and then I forgot everything. Underneath your skin. Beep it dip a doo boop. Beep it dip a doo boop doo boop. 27. 27. Boost this by 5. Why is it so low? Oh. Okay, that goes there, and then I gotta make sure. Cool, chat. Cool. Save. Alright, and now we do roll for fun. File, save project as. Okay. Template mode, this one. Cause when I arrive, I make a fire when you call. Is it this one? Me presume so. Link clips. I think it starts here actually. This is quiet. Weird. Is this a breath? Let's see. Oh, I had a struggle bus. I don't know if I want that last bit. Let's see. That's not the worst. Okay. Now we'll do vibe and shine. File, save project as. And then if that all works out, then we'll make, because it's not 10 yet. It's not 10 yet. I thought it was already like 10:30 and I was panicking a little bit. Not gonna lie. Link clips goes to top. Link clips. And then I have to do the audio up by 5. I breathe. Um, Speaking of biscuits. Boop. Okie dokie. And then we're just gonna fix this guy and uncheck this guy and then do this guy and then this guy and then save it all and then do this and close this and be proud that all of this got fixed. And then I don't understand how you're working still. Like, what? Oh, weird. So now if I click connect. I don't know how that works. Okay, well, stopping VBridger for that second was kind of scary. I think that's fine for now. There we go. That was weird. I love you, but doesn't mean I have to meet for that. How old are you? Understand what I meant. Oh, I checked the wrong one. Hee hee. Oops. Okay. You don't hear me say. Okay, cool. Well, ugly is the way. This is done. This is done. These are all done. And tomorrow I will do edit labels. What? Probably this one. And this one. Then if I have time, I might do this one. The V-Stars one, but probably not do that one. Because, see, Wednesday, Thursday, yeah, we can probably skip it. Or do one each day, Wednesday and Thursday. Because I don't have a lot of plans this week. Go away, you don't hear me say. Well, make sure I have everything. I see on this morning. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if it'll play. Yeah, it did. Okay. How are you doing? Uploading still? Okay. Okay. Let's be on this morning. Okay, now I gotta do beans. We got time for beans? I think we got time for beans. Think this. Huh? Cookie right? I see it. Ooh. 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 These are so cool. I wish I could be a Cookie Run character sometimes. Can I play Asprey offline? Yeah, see, that's what it's designed for. I see whoever you could play. You'll need to in the essay on alternate Steam account instead of your primary Steam does not allow family sharing for or some form of virtual. Interesting. So does Asprite have Asprite launch without Steam? You need Steam to open it if you go to the install bar, use creation. Huh? I feel like I have so what? What the fuck? Okay. I feel like I have so much I need to do. Fair, me too. Me too. Well, what you got going on? You can talk to me about it, and maybe talking about it can help you break it down. Sometimes breaking it down helps you realize it's not actually that much as well, you know? Oh my god! I would only have this problem. Video essay due on Wednesday, final on Thursday. Gotta get all my prints done by Thursday, too. Animatic due on Monday. Okay, so it's Wednesday. So let's make sure we can either get that video essay done today or tomorrow. And then we study on Wednesday. Let's see, wait. Study on Thursday. I'll get all prints also done by Thursday, too. Okay. Okay, I would say try to finish your video essay today. Then tomorrow, Tuesday, you can study. Wednesday, you can finish your prints. And then you have the weekend for Monday stuff. You got like 8 sweaters and 1 big print. Yeah. Yeah. Does that planning that help? Can I play this offline? Can this be offline? Or can this be offline? Offline? That's online. And then if I launch this. What? I'm so confused. Thank you for the wellness check. Gotta zoom fast on those sweaters. I believe in you. I believe in you. Asprite crash. Asprite thumbnail. Install script. Steam. This means you can bypass the Steam kind executive because in the folder it's installed is an exe that will just start. You lie! You lie to me. I don't understand. Sprite squeeze your eye. Open Steam to launch it. Regardless of this behavior, you can create your own direct shortcut to start without Steam. Please check the updated post here. Edit. You need an national ThinkPad. What? My headset's coming off. Oh, and that's right. DRM free. Getting itch.io keys. We don't already itch.io DRM. Let's see. Steam files does give us a proper way to check how a specific keys. So Steam does recommend if you prefer standalone zip and don't want to install Steam with Asprite, you plan. Or you have plans to close your Steam account in the future, you should buy Asprite from Asprite. Son of a bitch. Guess what, Goob? What's up? What's up? What's up? So this is a bitch and a half thing to do, huh? You're pretty cool. Aw, thank you, Norman. I love you very much. Okay, so what this means for me. Okay, what if I wanted to launch this? Can I do that? So I can't really have a game and stream avatars open because of this. Whoa. That's a problem. Hmm. Avatars without Steam? Stream avatars and stream. Stand alone without Steam. How to create this? Capture streamer. Hey, don't have to pressure twice since you have 0.8. Hey, request on a refund and pressure on the CI. It's unfortunate, but this is the only option for dual stream. Steam does not get the option to allow software to be run on different devices. I made 2 notes of this on the page store. What if we put as a seller on Steam? Steam go offline is so it's just how do you set Steam offline without being offline? So offline that sounds working, but so online. And it's but see, only Steam codes only Steam will not detect your other account online, so you can safely run games to your avatar and see this. I tested it. It just wants you to know. Steam does not allow two applications. But I did that. I did that. My Steam is offline now, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm signed out as Steam there. So if I click this, it's gonna sign me out again. This okay, so this doesn't work anymore. Have you ever considered running the app in your streaming PC and in Steam offline mode so it doesn't have to connect to Steam at all? I purchased. I hope this. Hold on. Let me do that. Close this. Go to Steam. We're in the offline mode. Launch. I don't know how to fix it. God dang it. You're logged into another stream avatars. Fuck. Chat for Rick. I don't know if you could do it like this, but can you capture select applications with a capture card? Wait, what? Yep, I don't know. I guess that's fair. I guess it's fair. Doesn't really make sense though. Like, why? You're logged into another account already playing stream after like that. Elaine doesn't understand, but okay. Even though I'm in offline mode, right? Sign out of account. Okay, well, whatever. Whatever. It'll be fine. Yes. I know. Ugh, dead. Um. This PC. Program files. Steam. Steam apps. Common. View Bridger. Start no Steam. Desktops. Okay. Delete. Properties. Nope. Boop. Show more options. Send to desktop. And go desktop. And go properties. Advanced. Nope. Cancel. Change icon. Okay. Desktop. Okay, apply. Okay. Better than them. With your friends. At the end. Okay, and then let's go here. Stream Deck XL. This guy. This guy. Start without. Sorry. Okay, so that one. So those are okay. Jeez. Okay. Now you should be okay. Jesus, my brain is gonna explode. Okay. I'm gonna go here, and I'll go here, and now we go here. You're better than them, better than them. Oh no, BZ got laryngitis again. Oh, poor BZ. I have PNG of BZ. That's not P. Okay. Boop. I'm gonna get you. Boop, boop. I need the BZ PNG. Where BZ PNG? Works for me. No better quality one though. Go let it go tonight. What? Oh wait, no, that was correct. It's just the finished one, so yeah, that's why. Okay. Jersey BZ. Boop boop boop. BZ soul is pink. Her eyes are yellow. But the whips are black. We like this color? Oops. I need BZ mouth open. Oh. There you go. Boop. Okay. Pray my dear. Cry and pray my dear. They have like little yellow. Chat, this is hard. Why is it so hard? Nope, too long. I think that was close. Too far. Pray my dear. Oh, I really like this side, but I don't like this side. And then make it negative. Merge down. Oops. Oops. And the ears, and then the little wings, and the hooves. Little bracelet. Okay. Let's do the little horns. And then like that. Elaine, I did that thing where you're sleeping on the couch, then wide awake in bed, so I guess I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm sorry that you are eepy and you cannot eep. I think a little bit lower. There we go. And then Shift N. Let's see. Let's see, how do I do horns typically? Typically I do horns as an extension of oneself, and I don't really do it as like part of the soul. Who's got horns? I need someone with horns. Yeah. So it's like a little extension, but I will outline it. Shift N. 6. Get. If I were to put legs, your snuggle emo would look like me at any moment in my house. On God, such a mood. That's such a mood, though. Oh, wait. Merge down. On at each other like we're going to war. Hold on, I want to do this one more time. So let's do Shift N. Oh, thank you for sharing your streak with me. I hope you enjoy hanging out with us, because we enjoy hanging out with you. You in my little gold. My body on my body like a tattoo. On and hope to die. BZ horn up and then around. It's up and then around. Say what you wanna. No, but my God, it keeps on telling you yes. Oops. Oops. Delete later. Okay, there we go. On my body like a tattoo. It's too big, it's too big. And I hope to die. Oh, stay with you one more night. Said it a million times. This be better? I was ready to go to bed 10. It's midnight. You could read a book. Think reading a book would help at all? Sometimes reading a book helps me. Losing my head, let it all go. Stuck on my body like a tattoo. Maybe it'll look better if I duplicate them. I have a negative. Choice paralysis, too damn many. Fair. Just don't do that then. If anything gives you choice paralysis when you're trying to go to sleep, just don't do those things. The biggest thing you have to do when you go to sleep is just go to sleep. And I have learned that. It's been very hard, but I had to learn that, like, if I'm tired and I gotta go to bed, I just gotta go to bed. Oops. Bad. I tried that, ended up waking up, you're right, but sadly it didn't work this time. That's okay. It's a hard mindset to put yourself into, to be honest. I haven't been able to do that until, like, recently. And to be fair, I don't even know if it'll stick. I was only able to do it, like, this last weekend. Is this the problem? Is you the problem? I feel like I'd be so much better if I did this tomorrow. But, like, I kind of want to get it done today, but my brain is like, no, get it done now. How the fuck? It's like up and then down and around. Why is this stupid? Up. Okay, no. Up. Nope. Up. Up. And down and around. Okay. And then do I want to do it like this? And then this like this? So I could do it like that. And then this a bit more. Do all the time. So easy leaving everything behind. Delete layer, Shift N. When it's dark out. Up. I think I'm making them too big. Oops. Duplicate. I want to make this go the other way. Leaving everything behind. Is this the same? Oh, thank you for the cheek pat. And for the wellness check. I made Beezy something like this similarly. Hold on. Hi. Art. 2D art. Come on, spin it up, brother. Chompa? You chompa me? Chompa me? Let's see. I might see how these horns work, and then I'll probably get off for the night. Good news, your good music and softer voices make me sleep again. I'm gonna sleep here. Good night. Good night, Moon. Sleep well. Silly YCH is a little dumpy. I did one for BZ. I'm old. Don't be my test. Miracle Die Crash Ray. After Song Puppet. My brain can't go out of bed. Fan art. I forgot to do the horns, actually. Huh. Give Pixel Chomp for me? Of course. I feel like it would make sense of this one like this. But, like, my brain is like, I don't like that. Yeah, I did that one that way. I did these ones these way. I feel like Beezy's and mine are, like, very similar, so I might take mine. I could find... And then... delete. Lay here instead with my symptoms. Ooh. 6? Oh, man. I like doing the outline because everything else has an outline. I don't know if it's gonna look all that great. Okay, alternatively, I would just do the top half. Alternatively, I could just do neither. Because I don't think they look all that great. So I think I'll just leave it without. Went back. My symptoms. Dusk Like Wanderer. Oh my goodness, thank you for the follow. Or not the follow, I'm so sorry. For the lurk. I appreciate you. Thank you for the check-in. I like your name. Nope. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like that made sense. I feel like what I did made sense. But maybe this needs to just be a little bit darker. Select invert. So it can be... Okay, just undo that. Please let me keep it. For the love of everything holy, please. Brain says that makes sense, actually. Alright, those horns make sense now. How close is her forehead? Not that close, to be honest. I was like, this is like here. And so I feel like this is more appropriate. Skies. Oops. Oop. Let's just do a single one. Yeah. And then this one, I would erase like this. Boop. Ooh, that's gonna make my brain not okay. Boop, boop. Or maybe it's boop, 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 boop. I think I'd rather curve this a little bit. Uh-oh, sorry, I think I broke the server. That's probably the world telling me to go to sleep. No problem. Let me fix it. Let me fix it before you go to sleep. Oh, it's restarting. Instructing shapes. It looks like it's restarting. Yeah, it's restarting by itself. So whatever you did wasn't that bad. But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate you. There you go. Yeah, just check to make sure I didn't soft lock myself, then I'm gonna take a sleep. Sounds good. I will wait till you figure that out, and then if we have to fix it, we can fix it right now. From someone you've never met. Select invert. How do I just select an area? This doesn't make sense. Oops. And gradient. Okay. It's been a while. Hello, Lorenzo. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Hope you've been well. I don't like this one. Oh, fuck me up. Okay. Duplicate. Just been tired. Understandable. I'm happy that you're here. I appreciate you stopping by. Means a lot to me. Okay, and then merge down. I'm gonna bring them up a little bit. And then Beezy's got whoop, whoop. Not like that. I feel like also not like that. I feel like that looks okay. Oh, but I didn't do it on New Lever Shift N. Hi, Moira. Well, I feel like the curl isn't that big. I hope you're excited for the Christmas season, Lorenzo. Kind of got really sick. A lot of people are getting sick. I hope you're okay, though. Hope you're feeling better now. Stupid. Still hallucinating? Yikes. And be sure to drink water and take good care of yourself. We wouldn't want anything happening to you. Merge down. Please don't fuck it up too much. Oh, I fucked it up a lot. Okay. And then here to here. Yeah. Oop. There we go. I'm watching Cowboy Bebop. Have you been enjoying it? How is it? I hear it's a really good anime. I just never gotten around to watching it myself. This is not white. This is pink. New milk bean? Yes. This is Beezy. You what? I've never seen it. You have to watch eventually. I'm currently on One Piece though, so gonna wait a while. Ooh, they have their little beauty mark. I forgot. Third time rewatching. Valid. Yes, 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 yes. You know what I kind of want to do? Open! I know! Our POV Kaneko! Oh my goodness! Welcome on in! Rating from the stars! How are you? How was your stream? X Benny, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you need a raid and rush, feel free to do so. I think One Piece is probably going to end on 2,000 episodes. Maybe. But welcome on in. I hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful time. I'm just here hanging out. Making things. And by things, I mean, bitch. Ooh, fuck. Tolerance 0. We are just making little milk beans. I am curious if I want to. What are we making today? We're making little milk beans. And I'm deciding if I want to give them more color or not, really. That is what I'm currently doing. Who's that? Cow milk bean? This one? This one? This is so young. This is Beezy. This one's Beezy. Well, how cute. Yeah, they're my stream avatars, but I can't use it currently because I'm dual streaming. And it's mad at me. Can't use stream avatars and be on another device at the same time, and it makes me sad. Wait, let me take a screenshot of which one? Which one? The cow one? This one? Do you want this one? There you go. There you go. Forgot if I said this, but Kaneko, if you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. We'll probably be wrapping up here after I make the Beezy one, but it's for a science. Do you want the full body? Do you want the body of it? This is the oh. Took the cape off. This is the full body of it. Is hallucinating normal? It is not normal. And if you're hallucinating and you're still sick, it's probably best to see a doctor. You probably should go to the hospital. Shall be eating, of course. Have yummy, yummy food. I don't think I want to do that, but I think I might want to do this. And that color is this color. I lied. A diamond. Are any of this gonna look good? No, okay. Shift N. I just kind of thought that maybe it'd be pretty to give them a little eye shine, but maybe I'm going a little too hard. Okay, so we also have little fangs. These are just fangs like me. No, Flogo. Oh god. Teeth. I should have a teeth layer. Do I not have a teeth layer? Teeth. Ahaha! Oh. Okay, it is below. Hallucinations is a sign of either your EP or need to go to the hospital. Yeah, see, she said Star nose. BZ mouth closed, gonna have it. What is the okay, whatever, merge down. Matthew, Vitry19, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I hope you enjoy being here in my world. Don't. My cat's being a menace. My cat is trying to be a menace. I don't appreciate it. Okay, now what we do is we take... Hello there, just got done watching your TikTok about the flogs? The flogs? The flogs. Sorry. And I had to follow you. I appreciate you following me here. I hope you enjoy your time here. What the fuck? Okay. That's the wrong brush. The slugs. Ah, the slug mouths. Yes. I hope you enjoy the slug mouth. As I have enjoyed a slug mouth. That's not what I was looking at. Those slugs were huge. Yup. Okay, I'm just gonna use this one to have a reference, so... I think I'm actually gonna make this 6. 3 full. 1, 2, 3 full. BZ really tests if I can draw a circle and like a non... like circular shapes. Oh god. How do like this and then like this? No. I think it's gotta go more out this way. You know, if I was smart, you know what I'd do, chat? I'd take this and I'd lower the opacity. And then I'd go from there. If I was smart. But unfortunately, I am not. I was gonna say use a circle shape. Listen, we got there eventually, okay? My cat's being a bit of a menace right now. What are you chewing on? What are you chewing on? No! Do not step on the laptop, bro! Get off the laptop. Your stream okay? We good? I specifically put it there so that way you wouldn't be enticed to step on it, bro. You're a menace. We're being a menace, Moira. Why are you being a menace? Oh, you stinky. Cat's being a little stinky right now, chat. Probably likes a warm, but she has a heated blanket, Star. She has a heated. Look, I'll click it on again. She just stayed on the heated blanket. It would still be warm. I promise you that. I promise you that. But she has a heated blanket. It's different. Okay, fair. Fair. I love this beanie too. Isn't it cute? I think I want to change this a little bit right here. Just a breath. 1 minute. I'm not gonna lie, this song hit hard in Dispatch. Here's how I tried this with Floof and Sass. You don't know BZ's. Oh my god, you don't know BZ. Hold on. I don't know if they're gonna have it on Twitter. Because they moved over to Blue Sky, but let me check. I love BZ. So this is BZ's like human model. Man, that one Farbite scene with this song, I don't listen to this kind of, but so yeah, I know, right? This is BZ's human model. BZ's currently making a new model that looks like this, which I really fucking love. And they're doing such a good job at like animating it. They have a little snout. It's just so good. Yeah, Y2K vibe, yes. But BZ is such a good fashionista, and oh, I just love them. They have like this one where they're like, it's like their I forgot what they called it, but it's like their like doll version. I wonder if they have the full. Like they have this version too where they are a doll. Trying to see if they have a full picture of that one because I really like that one. So this is the full model of their human one. We love that one. And then this is the what? This is the full model of like the Y2K one. And this is her friends. And then let's see if she has like this is her old one. This is her old like Jersey Devil one. Which is really cool. I don't know if she has. I don't know if she has, but she's such a little fashionista. I love her so much. She's the one that actually did the Snell model for Big Nose Bug. I guess this is like, but yeah, it's I really like this model. BZ's like amazing. I really want her to design an outfit for our model someday, but yeah, it what it is for now. But I really love this model, and I can't wait for her to finish it. There have been many a times where she's given me an update on my model, and I'm like, hey man, listen, you did really hard work this month. If you want to take a month off of working on my model and work on your model, please do. Because I don't want her to burn out. And like, this is so cool. Like, I love how the ears move. She makes such good expressive models. Why we love BZ. Why we love BZ. Yup. Yup, we love BZ's expressive models. They're so good. Def pushing live 2D rigs. I love BZ's rigs. And also, I just like how cartoony a lot of her stuff is. It's not. It's like against the norm kind of thing, which I enjoy. I don't know. Is it too big? I think I might have made her floofs a little big. I'm gonna bring them down a little bit. Did I make them too big? Oh, fuck. I made the floofs a little bit too big, I think. Okay. You like it big, though? Okay. We'll keep them. Control Y. There. Let's bring them down. Hi, Kiwi! Hope you had a good stream. And then we'll do their wings. I like it big, but it's like so big, though. Okay. Well, you know what? It's okay. It was cozy as fuck. I'm glad. Okay, so now I gotta do their little wings. Oh, and their ears. He's got easy as fuck wings. And I fucking appreciate that so much. Because they could not. They could have, like, really hard wings. Yeah, we were showing off your model. We love your model, too. Honestly, Kiwi, I think if I were to ever get like an Eldritch model, because I really like horror and Eldritch stuff, I'd commission you for it. Oh, they have another one here. Because believe me, I love Eldritch. I listen to Creepcast all the time. I have an Eldritch feature trial in the works too. That's so cool. Someday, Elaine will become Eldritch. And it'll be cool as balls. I know this... Okay, wait, hold on. This doesn't look as... It's supposed to be like a scrunchie, and it's not looking scrunchy enough for me. Because he has like 5 scrunchies on her model at all times. Looks kind of like a grub, but I think we roll with it. I put it on her foot. The Great Moo one, yeah. I was thinking because I'm a Lich Mara, I would, instead of being like cat cow Lich Mara, I would be more like Selkie mixed with kelp. Kelpie? 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 Is that what they're called? No. Drowned horse monster. What is it called? It's a kelpie. Kelpie? I thought it was... Did I look that up wrong? Oops. I think I did. Yeah, I did. I meant to... Yeah. It would be a mix of a kelpie and a selkie. Like, maybe I'd have the skin of, like, a horse or something. Or something. Or a cow. Just like a fluffy... I just really want a fluffy... You know, I just want to be Dranananagon. Drananagon? Fucking... Dranagon? They have it here. Please have your reference here. Please. Please, you have to have it. I will cry if you don't. Yes. Okay, so they're a Selkie VTuber, and this is their Selkie skin. And they can wear it and become seal, which they are most of times. And I want to have big fluffy thing. Which I kind of have in one of my outfits, which you will see when I debut. But yeah. Essentially, I want big fluffy evil god mommy vibes. Maybe I'll just commission you to design it. So I like your designs for... Okay, their ears. Lest I forget, I must add their ears. Let me grab this color. Or be dumb and not be able to draw shit. There's so many awesome artists, that's what I'm saying. There's so many of them. I forgot I was supposed to do Dranananagon's video at some point this month. I will do it next month. I will do it next month. Not next month, next week. Fuck. What does my brain take me for? Someone who takes a month to make videos? Not with how short mine are. No, ma'am. Or sir. I did Kiwis instead though this week, so I'll do it next week. If I had $1 million, I would be poor because it would all go to... On God! On God, same. Which is why, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a good thing that I kind of lost my job. Because I'm not gonna lie, most of my income went to art commissions. I have to, like, tuck the ear, like, back there. I don't really want to tuck it so far back. Can I put this, like, this on top? No, because that looks weird. No. I don't know what to do. I could hide it. No. Cause like the other one's like hidden by this, so it's kind of like it's fine. I don't know what to do. What did I do with Womble's? I did Womble's ear solid filled. I think I just didn't put them behind the ear. So this and this would also get erased. Shift N and then delete. I want this to come in more. I decide how I want to do this. Oh, did I really merge it like that? Where's the lasso tool? Magic wand. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Whoa. Control V. Not gonna lie, I think if I would have made the little buns a little bit more manageable, this wouldn't be a problem. I like them big though. Fuck. Hold on, I'm gonna try to make a smaller version. How do I? Does anybody else have ears like? Oh wait, no, I put them behind. Wait. Wait. Know what it's like. Wait, don't I have puppy ears? Where's the gear? Here it is. Okay. I'm still standing better than I ever did. So if I put this here, and turn this and this off. Want you by my mind. Boop, boop. That's not so bad. And then this is gonna come back out. That, that. And then I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this, but we're gonna try our damnedest, chat. To add the little Z-Bat. Z-Bat is their delete layer is their TTS pet. Hi Merrick VT, welcome on in. How you doing? That's all supposed to be a little Z-Bat. That's not a little Z-Bat. Fuck. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Nope, I did that right. Oh, okay. No. I'm doing pretty good. How have you been? I'm pretty good. I'm I'm just trying to make a Z-Bat. Which is very hard when it's really tiny and it's in pixel art, you know? How does one big ear, line, big ear, and then circle? Yeah, that's not bad. And then we can just scoot that in there. And then that's our little Z-Bat thing. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, that's easy. I think that's pretty good. I think I did a pretty good job on that one, chat. I just gotta take all these layers, put them in VZ, walk her on up, listen to my cat be a little bit of a goober. Jersey, BZ, 1. So cute, I know. And then make it open mouth. File, export as. BZ2. BZ2, export. And now if I go to custom bean, we have these two. Okay. This stream is ending an hour late. That's okay. What if I do one more? I'm gonna head to bed early. Okay, never mind. Norman's going to bed. We're all going to bed, chat. We're all going to bed. Let's all go to bed. Who's all streaming right now? I kind of want to go to Crimbo. Crimbo's also doing art. Do you guys want to watch Crim go do some art? Good night, Goobs. Good night, Norman. All right, I'm gonna. What is he watching? I don't know what he's doing, but we're gonna go send it to you guys. All right, you guys are gonna go watch Crimbo do some really cool art, and I gotta go see why my cat, my Moira, is being a goober. What the fuck? Crimbo kills. That didn't work. Raid Crimbo kills. Okay, there we go. Have a wonderful night, my loves. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I love you guys so much. I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully with less scuff. Hopefully. But here is the raid message. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I really fucking appreciate it if you did, so they know where you came from. I love you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow for more fun and games and mostly art and video editing. But nonetheless, I gotta hang out with you guys, so that makes me most excited. But I love you guys. Have a wonderful night. See you tomorrow. Mwah!